Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is our board meeting for April 18th. We are starting 28 minutes late as we go through this year. We're going to get better and better at that. But we start first with a roll call.
Here we go. Dr. McKenna.
Here.
Dr. Rivas.
Present.
Mr. Schmorelson.
Present.
Mr. Melvoin.
Here.
Ms. Gomez.
Here.
Ms. Ortiz-Franklin.
Present.
And Board President Goldberg.
Here.
And Student Board Member Shin.
Here.
All right.
All
let's
right,
do it.
today's pledge is brought to us by Miss Morozov's class at Palisades Elementary School in Board District 4. Please cue up the video and stand and join us, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And thank you to that school and that lovely group of children. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our meeting. As many of you have already heard, LAUSD and the United Teachers Los Angeles have reached a tentative agreement that significantly increases salaries for educators. I just turned this thing off. You can see I'm not a techie, even though I thought I turned that off. It didn't turn off. It increases salaries for educators across the district, but it also improves learning and teaching conditions by reducing class sizes and increasing mental health and counseling services to students. I thank the hardworking negotiators on both sides of the table who work literally all night, tirelessly, around the clock, to reach this far-reaching agreement. We look forward to locking arms with all our employees and their representatives to continue to give our children the best possible education. And now we'll see if there are any labor partners who wish to speak. I see that Mario Valenzuela is here from UTLA, and we'll start with you, sir.
Hello, school board. Hello, staff and Superintendent Carvalho. My name is Mario Valenzuela. I am the Director of the Political Action and Community Organizing Division at UTLA. Today I have the pleasure to address you all because our negotiators and our officers are probably either taking a nap or cleaning up for the rest of the day, getting ready for their hard day's work. First of all, I want to say that after almost 2 years of bargaining, congratulations to Local 99 for winning a great, hard-fought contract. It is unfortunate that y'all had to make the ultimate sacrifice and go on a 3-day strike to win what your members and your families deserve and have always deserved. Those that work hard every day to take care and support our kids, to educate our kids, should not have to negotiate for almost 2 years and then go on strike to win what their families deserve. This could have all been avoided, but we're glad that there is an agreement, and congratulations. On behalf of UTLA officers, I want to express how proud we are to have contributed even a smidgen to SEIU Local 99's fight and ultimate victory. It was an absolute honor to have been able to join our Local 99 sisters and brothers on the strike line in our fight for LA schools. This solidarity and this experience has really changed us all. This morning at 6 a.m., as Ms. Goldberg has just mentioned, after over 35 hours of bargaining in 2 days and 33 bargaining sessions, UTLA has also reached a tentative agreement with LAUSD. We look forward to discussing this tentative agreement with our members and ratifying it in the very near future. In addition, I want to bring up 2 important points that I wanted to address the body today. One is the school year calendars. The other one is item number 4 on the agenda today. I'm going to try to make it quick. So number 1, we are calling on the school board to immediately rescind the unilateral change in violation of state labor law to the school year calendar that impacts the next 3 years. We expect that in the future, the district administrators and our school board members have more consideration and respect for all of our labor partners and the voices of parents, students, and community. Rule of thumb, any policy or practice changes that impacts the wages, hours, or working conditions of our members is legally negotiable. So please get in touch with us. Let us know. Let's have meaningful conversations, not just engagement, negotiations on the items that truly merit it. I repeat, we are calling on our school board members to immediately rescind the unilateral change to the school year calendar in violation of state labor law that impacts the next 3 years. Item number 4, we are calling on the school board to oppose Rise Ko Yang's request for the district to override the City of Los Angeles zoning regulations. Bright Star, the charter operator, is seeking exemption from local zoning, which currently designates part of the site for housing development. Los Angeles is going through a historic affordable housing crisis. We desperately need more affordable housing in our community, not more privately run charter schools. Bright Star should follow the city council process like everybody else to make their case for a zoning change. They shouldn't be granted any special treatment. Furthermore, we call on LAUSD to work with the community stakeholders and the city to build affordable housing on vacant land instead of rolling out the red carpet for privately run charters. This is a great opportunity for Dr. Rocio Rivas and Ms. Eunices Hernandez from the city to work together to lead in this collaboration effort, and we will jump in and support any of those efforts that you all lead. Lastly, once again, we call on school board members to reject this waiver and vote no on item number 4. We believe that it is important for the City of Los Angeles to properly vet this project, conduct a thorough environmental review, and critically look at whether rezoning to build a charter versus investing in affordable housing truly serves the best interests of our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see in the audience Mr. Max Arias. Did you wish to speak at this time?
No, thank you, Ms. Goldberg.
Okay, just saw you here. Want to make sure you knew you were welcome to do so. So now we will come now to committee chair reports. And I believe the first one is from Board Member Schmerlson. You have a report from the Family and Community Engagement Committee.
So, Madam President, with your permission, before I get to my committee report, I'd just like to remind people of our resolution in January for honoring and remembering the Holocaust. And because the governing board of the LAUSD does hereby recognize the week of Sunday, pardon me, April 16th through Sunday, April 23rd, as days of remembrance. So, reserve further, the district shall hold a moment of silence on Tuesday, April the 18th, in memory of the victims of the Holocaust and in honor of the survivors, as well as the rescuers and liberators, and that this relevant and appropriate instructional resource shall be made available to all K-12 educators, rather P-12 educators, to utilize on this day. So, with your permission, I'd just like to take a moment of silence to remember the victims and the liberators of the Holocaust. Thank you, Jackie. Last night I attended a ceremony at the Sinai Temple, and it was so heartwarming to see and hear a film about the people who risked their lives all over the world, especially in Holland, to hide and save Jewish men, women, and children. It was very, very touching. Okay, now I'll get to my Family and Community Engagement Committee. So, our board's Family and Community Engagement Committee met on Wednesday, April the 12th, at 5 p.m. The first topic discussed was to support welcoming school environments, and that's one of my big one of my big topics. So during this presentation, we learned how our school leaders are aligning services and supports to better support our students and families. The school volunteer program is rapidly increasing year to year, and we are aligning professional developments to support school staff with the assistance of human resources. All schools have at least 1 day of school nursing time. Each region has a nursing administrator who oversees nursing services within the specific region. The Student and Family Wellness Hotline has received over 13,000 calls a year, and the board and the district has allocated funding set aside to rebuild family engagement, a total of $6.7 million in one-time funds, which are distributed to all schools. Our second topic was school safety. And we learned that the district has a calendar for the entire 23-24 school year in which they cover training modules for staff, students, and parents. And through the LA Schools anonymous reporting, and I have it on my cell phone, LASAR, LASAR. There's an application. 43% of the 103 calls have been related to safety threats, and 22% of the calls have been related to drugs and narcotics. The district has a mobile application for school safety where the LA School Police Department and school site administrators are alerted of an emergency situation at a school. The district also offers an anger management program for K to 3rd grade. Beginning in the 23-24 school year, Los Angeles School Police Department will reintroduce the Explorer program and request to district to create a page for mental health assistance resources for adults too, so that schools and offices can post in a central location in person or online. And a request for district commitment to analyze calls to the Family and Student Wellness Hotline and to Los Angeles School Police Department for mental health needs and services. The committee is interested in learning how the district can build capacity for the types of services frequently dispatched. And there was a request to the district to share to the FAQs to help parents and community members understand who to contact for their needs and concerns at their school sites. And how can the district partner with the City of LA or other agencies to increase awareness of LASER, that application. Basically what I learned is our adult employees are suffering also, and it's very important mental health for everyone, of course for the children and for the adults too. Thank you, Jackie.
And now I understand that we have from Mr. Shin a report from the student groups that are meeting.
Yes, I have a presentation on the election of the next student board member. Let's see, we have a slide deck coming up, if you'll give us a second. Thank you. All right, next slide, please. So first, just a recap of the timeline for the student board member election. So applications closed to all LAUSD juniors on February 24th. They next went through an evaluation process, and thank you to all of the board offices for scoring those applications. We next have a completed interview, and then that's narrowed down a wide pool of applicants to 9 candidates that I'll introduce to you shortly. So in the spirit of equity, we've asked all of our candidates to record speeches at KLCS, the studio just down the street from here, and that way everybody's video looks the same, everybody has the same opportunity, the same time to get their message across and reach fellow students. Just this week, we started the awareness campaign to make sure that students are aware of their right to vote for the next student board member. So special thanks to Ms. Haber and the comms team for not only sending out emails to the students, but also posting on the Instagram at LA Schools with 2 candidates each day up until the election. Then on Monday, April 24th, the voting window will open through Schoology. Students will have about a week and a half to vote. On midnight and May 3rd, the election window will close. Then on May 4th, we'll have the results announcement for the next student board member. And then on July 1st, the student board member elect will take this seat and become the new student board member. Next slide, please. So I'm very happy this year about the election process for the next student board member. If you've been working with the district for a while, way back when this program first started, the student board member was elected through paper ballots, and they'd have students have to go to selected school sites and actually vote. Then, as election technology progressed and, the world moved forward, we moved to Google Forms and hearing speeches through Zoom. This year is, to date, the most accessible election, student board member election that we've had so far. And it's going to be done through Schoology using the My Voice platform that we've discussed as a board before. So first, students will log on to their Schoology. They can go to the webpage, lms.lausd.net, or through the Schoology app. They'll hit their profile button and then navigate to the My Voice window, and then they'll see the election pop right up there. They'll also have access to candidate speeches and be able to review their bios and platforms as well. So this election process allows students to vote at any time of day, from a mobile device, from a computer at home, a computer at school, anything like that, and they have a week and a half window, since we understand that a one-day election doesn't allow for all students to be able to vote. Next, if we want to meet the student board member candidates. So I've had the pleasure of meeting the 9 finalists for the student board member position, either in person or Zoom, and some of these students might be familiar if they previously served on some of the board advisory councils and even spoken to the board before. So Enrique from Mesas is a multi-sport athlete and a leader at his school campus. Lily has led a nonprofit, and she's distributed over 10,000 meals in her school community. She's also served as an advisor to former Mayor Garcetti and has been a part of Mayor Karen Bass's election campaign. Sarah, some of you might recognize, she's the president of the Superintendent Student Advisory Council and my advisory council as well. Next slide. Karen also serves on the Superintendent Student Advisory Council. She's active in her school student government and is also president of her school's Latin American Student Association. Saishriya is active in speech and debate, and she's also in charge of a Math Circle program that teaches Math Circle to over 1,000 students. She's also part of her school's vocal choir, so that's fun as well. Zoe is part of the Board District 3 Student Advisory Council and is also a member of the LA Metro Youth Council, and her current project is she's working on publishing a book about youth mental health. Next slide. So Michael is a leader at North Hollywood High School, and he's very passionate about ensuring that students have a strong school life balance. Alan is a passionate volleyball player. He's also a songwriter and, again, a school campus leader. And Emma, her activism is through social media, and she's created a network of over 30,000 people through TikTok advocating for gun violence reform. So these are the candidates for student board member. I've met with all of them, gotten a chance to speak with all of them, and I know that they will be able to keep up with the work, have a positive contribution to our district. Next slide, please. So we've also looked at a few places where the student board member election has instructional alignment in the classroom. So this information was posted on the weekly instructional updates for teachers, and it just has a couple of sources where teachers can look and tie in the student board member election to their classroom instruction. It's resources related to democracy, youth activism, civic engagement. And then our student board member election also coincides with High School Voter Education Week, which is a project from our California Secretary of State, Dr. Shirley Weber, and Tony Thurmond, our State Superintendent of Instruction, to raise awareness about voter registration and the importance of civic participation. Next slide, please. And then going along with making sure that the student board member process is fair and equitable for everyone, we've written down a list of rules for the election as well as the rights and responsibilities of the student board member. So this memo is available on my library if anyone wants to look it up. But essentially the highlights are the student board member's term length. So I'll be out on June 30th. The new student board member will take over on July 1st. As you all know, the student board member has the right to attend all board meetings except for closed sessions to participate in discussion and questioning of our presenters, as well as the bulletin outlines the process for subcommittee appointments for the student board member. And then one thing that had come up this year that we're talking about with OGC and the board secretariat office was whether the student board member counts as a legislative appointment for the purposes of the Brown Act. And so this memo, we talked with OGC, and so the answer is no, the student board member is not considered one of the 7 for the purposes of the Brown Act. And with that, I just wanted to express my appreciation for your continued support and the trust you place in me. I know that this has been a wonderful learning experience for me, and I'm sure that it will be for the next student board member as well. So does anybody have any questions on the election process?
How about an applause first?
I was just going to move to extend Mr. Shin's term another year. No, thank you. And your successors, whoever he or she is, seem quite qualified. And they're lucky to have you as such a great mentor and example for them. So thanks, Nate.
Thank you. So we'll be counting on all of you, our district staff, community members, to raise awareness about the election. We want to get as many students involved in voting as possible. So we'll send the flyers and the PR toolkits to all of your offices. So hopefully you can post that on your social medias as well. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Shin. You've been an extraordinary member of this board, and particularly to have found a way to get more students to have accessibility to the voting is a terrific plan. Thank you very much. Anybody else? Okay, Ms. Ortiz-Franklin.
Just one quick comment. California School Board Association is supportive of a statewide bill that's looking into compensating student board members for their time or giving them credit. And so I'm sorry that this hasn't happened yet, but I hope it will happen for our future student board members because it is such a big commitment. So thank you for serving.
Indeed, indeed. Now we come to the period in the board meeting where we discuss the way to vote on the items, and we have a consent calendar. A consent calendar means that every board member present, by saying they want an item to go to the consent calendar, is willing to vote yes on that item. That doesn't mean they may not have questions. They could say they have questions, but if they say consent and everyone agrees, we will take all of those items that are on consent with a single vote. We do this because board members have had at least a week and sometimes longer to review all of the materials that will be voted on today and have the opportunity to ask questions of the superintendent and his staff. So they know what they're deciding when they decide yes or no on consent. An item off consent does not necessarily guarantee either passage or failure. It just means that it will have a separate vote before it is decided. So I will now go through the items, and I will ask all of you to tell me whether or not you want the item on consent, and or even if you do, whether or not you would like to ask a question or two about the item. Item number 1 is the contract with the Service Employees International Union, Local 99, Unions B, C, F, and G, and the MOU 21 to 24.
I have a comment and a question,
Okay.
but you can leave it on consent.
Okay, Kelly. All right. All right. Procurement actions. Well, we have some changes on the procurement action. I am going to be, we have been asked to withdraw tab 2, attachment B, item K, pages 121 to 122. And I am asking the vice chair to take to the next meeting of his committee, the Committee of the Whole, which is, I believe, on April 25th, not the actual contract itself, but the whole issue of how did we get to a point where we were going to have one evaluation system for grades 3 through 9. What is the impact of removing dibbles in grades 3 through 12, rather, 3 through 12? And all of the important issues about evaluation and assessment at your next meeting. Is that something you can do?
That is fine, noted, yes.
So we will take the item, which is tab 2, item K, off the agenda today. It will be on the agenda at the next meeting. And in the meantime, on April 25th, all of us will be at the Committee of the Whole, and we can find out a lot more about the whole process of changing assessment and why one assessment and so forth, and get our questions answered. Are we good with that? Okay, then we have some other changes to tab 2 as well.
Yes, there are 3 changes in total. The first one being the superintendent withdrawing item K. The second one pertaining to item N, as in Nancy. The funding source has changed from TSP to general funds. I think Board President Goldberg can tell us what TSP means, because I do not know.
Targeted student population.
I've
Never
just learned that
remember
it's
whether
targeted
people or
student
program.
population. I also need to read a statement regarding item T under tab 2. In accordance with section 1091.5A8 of the Government Code, due to the superintendent's status as a non-compensated board member of the 501c3 contract recipient named Common Threads under item 2, contract number 440000112222 of the Procurement Services Division report. Notice of this interest shall be entered into the official record. Under the Government Code, the board membership is considered a non-interest and does not require recusal. And I'll note under tab 20, it is a public hearing. So before any action is taken on tab 20, before action is taken on Board Report 252, request for board authority to pursue a waiver to a portion of Education Code 45272A through June 30th, 2025, a public hearing must be held. If it is on the consent calendar, this constitutes a public hearing on the report, and a maximum of 12 individuals who wish to address the board on the item will be heard. Those who wish to speak can register to speak using the speaker sign-up website or by signing up in the rear of the boardroom. When we do tab 20, the speakers who have signed up for the public hearing will be heard at that time. And that's all I've got.
All right, so with those changes to item 2, are you ready to decide whether it should be on consent or not? No, hold it. Do you want it on consent? Okay, now, questions. Okay, I'll get to you at questions. I'll just put your name down.
I have a question too.
Okay. Item number 3 is...
Wait, I'm confused. Is it or is it not
It's
on
on
consent?
consent,
I didn't
but
hear
there
that.
are 3 people who have questions.
Well, you're saying questions, but they, okay.
You want
Is
to be
it-
added to that list?
No, I
Okay.
just want to know if it's on
Okay,
consent.
it's on consent, with the changes that we've already listed. Item 3 is the facilities contract actions. And let's see. Yeah, that can be on consent. Any questions or comments on that one? Hearing none. Item 4 is a time certain because it's adoption of a proposal to let Bright Star have local land use regulations be waived for them, and it requires a 2/3 vote. That will be heard at 3:00 p.m. Well, at that point, when we do that, we'll hear from staff and then the public, and we'll make some opportunity for people to hear what's going on. Item 5 is to define and approve the Pio Pico Middle School roofing project. Consent. Item 6, define and approve 4 sustainable environment development or SEEDS projects. Consent. Item 7, define and approve 8 district priority and region priority plans. Item 7, define and approve, oh, I just did that one, I'm sorry. Item 8, approval of routine personnel actions. Not on consent is the provisional internship permits. That's item 8.
That's item 9.
That's on consent, and I may have to abstain on an item because it involves a relative. No, that's item 9, never mind. Item 8 is good to consent. Item 9 is provisional, so Jackie has to have a, okay. Item 10 is a resolution of declaration of need for fully qualified education. This cannot be on consent.
Yeah, I'm just going to jump in and say items 9 and 10 cannot be on consent.
Well, they won't be. And item 11, report of cash disbursements, and there is, it's to be amended. There is a version 2, and you should all have that tab on your desks with the items. So do you want that on consent? Yes. Consent, okay. Items 12, donations of money and materials to the district.
Consent.
Consent. Item 13, education compacts. Consent, but I want to ask a few questions to help the public understand it better, perhaps, and Mr. Schmerlson wants to do so as well. Anybody else? Okay. Item 14, approval of the material revision for KIP school. Consent. We're good with that? Okay, consent. Item 15, approval of the notice of violation for Academy of Media Arts. Consent. I have one little question about the 2 versions of it that will be brief. Okay. Kelly, too. Item 16, which is a time certain 4:45. By the way, we do time certain on some items because some people have organized speakers, and rather than have them figure out when they should come, we try to give them a time certain. If there's ever an item that you're interested in doing that, please let us know, because we try to accommodate those things. This is a resolution by Dr. Rivas and Board Member Schmerlson about expanding the definition categories to include an Armenian checkbox. We want that on consent?
Yeah, I'd love to co-sponsor also. That's okay.
Okay. Me too, me too.
Ms. Goldberg, me as well.
All right.
Same here.
I think we're all actually now co-sponsoring it.
Yes, and I would like to offer a short, friendly amendment that I shared with the author, and we'll send that around to everyone.
All right. Please, if that can be in writing before we get to the item, that would help. Okay. Item 17 is another board member initial announcement celebrating our classified employee service skill, longstanding commitment to our communities, as well as classified school employee week.
And Mr. Schmelson, I'd love to be added as a co-sponsor.
You can have me too.
Me too.
Also,
All of us.
Okay, so everyone.
And item 18 is the appointment of a member to the School Construction Bond Oversight Committee. That's a consent item. 19 is report of correspondence, consent item. Item 20 is a public hearing, request for board authority to pursue a waiver to a portion of the education code, and that can be on consent as well. So we now have really only items 9, 10, that's all, that really are not on the consent calendar at this point. Well, actually, yeah, okay, we'll leave the time certains off the consent calendar just so that we can make sure that they get heard before we vote on them. Absolutely, okay. All right, so now we generally, at this point, we take public comment, first on the items that are on the consent calendar, and then general public comment. So, Mr. McLean, you're on.
Do you want us to move the consent calendar? I'll move it.
There's a motion to move the consent calendar. Is there a second? Mr. Schmerlson seconds it. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to begin public comment on the items which have been placed on the consent calendar. So,
you have to take a vote yet? Since you made a motion, he seconded the motion. On the consent calendar?
so the procedure that I'm familiar with is first it's moved and seconded, and then we hear everything,
Oh,
and then we
before you
vote on it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so under tab 1, Board of Education Report 188, SEIU Local 99, I have Mr. David Tokovsky on the line. Mr. David Tokovsky, if you're on the line, please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak once you begin. Mr. David Tokovsky. Mr. Tokofsky, I don't see you signed up and online. I see you signed up to speak, but that you are not on the line right now. So we move along to item number 3. Ms. Kirsten Ellis, are you here in person? Kirsten Ellis, to speak on tab 3, facilities contract actions. Okay, going to item number 5, define and approve the Pio Pico Middle School roofing project, etc. Board report number 208. Is Reina Leyva on the line? Reina? You are not signed up and with us online. Nalia Leyva, are you on the line? Nalia also not on the line. Looks like folks have not called in to give comment. Item number 15, Dana Hammond, are you here in person? Dana Hammond. Kellen Perez, are you here in person? Kellen Perez. None of these folks whose names I'm reading are also online. So, Gustavo Vera, are you here in person by chance? Tyshawn Grant, are you here in person? Jamon Sasso, are you here in person? None of these folks, again, have signed in online to speak. Zuri Toribio, are you here in person? Zuri? And Jalen Brown, are you here in person to speak? You're also not signed in online. Okay, going to tab 18. Appointment of the member to the School Construction Bond Oversight Committee. Elizabeth Hernandez, are you here in person? Elizabeth Hernandez. I just want to confirm, the doors are unlocked, and there's people sitting here who came in through unlocked doors. I'm not sure exactly why the in-person folks are not here. Okay, Eloisa Galindo, are you here in person? And Angelica Quirino, are you here? Okay. Going on to 19, public comment on the report of correspondence. Item 19. James Lauder, are you on the line? James Lauder. None of these folks seem to be on the line. And for the public hearing, also, we have 7 folks signed up. It's tab 20 for the public hearing. David Tokofsky for the public hearing, not here in person nor online. Amanda Johnson, are you on the line? Victoria Gray, are you on the line? Daniel Guzman, are you on the line? Angela Weber, are you on the line? John Nicholas Tudhope, are you here in person? And Corey Troop, also not on the line. That's it for the consent calendar speakers. So I'm going to double check that all the phone lines are working because it sounds like there might be a systemic issue. And the board members will now, I guess, discuss. It's back to you, Mr. Smerlson.
So our first item for questions or discussions was item 2. Is that correct? Oh, we're missing some of our board members. Yes. Okay, so item 2. Questions on item 2? Anyone here? Rocio? I'm sorry, Dr. Rivas. Go ahead.
I had a question on item I and item O. Well, actually, item O, I just had a comment. But for item I, the Franklin Covey Client Sales, Inc., I don't know if you're here to answer that. I just wanted to know, it was mentioned in the board briefing that the professional development was going to be for classified employees, all kinds of classified employees. So I wanted to know what specific employees is this training going to help?
It's typically for supervisors and above. That would include our SAAs and our middle management as well. That's typically what those classes would be covering.
But SAA and office techs?
SAAs, office techs can also be included, but we typically focus on our SAAs and our other supervisory staff.
And this is only for new employees, or even current employees will also get this professional development?
Current employees and new employees.
And is this a new company, or is there someone we've used before?
We have used them probably over the last 5 years or 6 years.
And positive results? And
Very positive, very, very positive results.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else for item 2? I believe Kelly was for item 1, correct? So
I just have a comment for item O.
Okay, please, go ahead.
Which is the Roy Ball, is for Roy Ball Learning Center for the Entertainment Industry Foundation. And I just want to reiterate how important it is to have these collaborations and extend pathways for our students. And so for this $6 million contract, or actually, no, a revenue, I should say, it's going to really help change the face of an industry, the film and TV industry, into something that is more representative of who we are as a people and diversity. And I think our students are gaining such a great benefit from this new collaboration and partnership. I have been present and to a lot of these sort of experiences our students, and I've been speaking to students, and it's just the eloquence and the experience that they're gaining is just so wonderful. And I want to commend Principal Blanca Cruz and her leadership team, and really spearheading and their dedication to making sure that this program succeeds, not only for LAUSD, but also for the country and for the nation. So I just wanted to make those comments, acknowledging the work and support in creating this innovative project. That's all. Thanks.
I'm going to jump in for a quick announcement. Mike McLean, Executive Officer of the Board. I just did a test. I called from my telephone to the numbers that we listed both on the website and the order of business, and used the Zoom ID number. And I was able to listen in on the meeting and speak potentially to while Dr. Rivas was giving her input. So as far as I can tell, after having tested it, I'm happy to testify here now that everything is up and running.
Well, thank you very much. Okay, all right. Item 10, I believe, was up for discussion. Is that correct?
Item 10 is not on consent.
Okay, all right. 13 is the next one, the education compacts, and I do have a question about that too, but I will wait until Ms. Alvarez, come on up.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So I guess my question is, I read it over, but what is the purpose? What is the purpose of the compact? What is the purpose? It's not legally binding, correct? What is the purpose of the compact?
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you, board members and colleagues. Martha Alvarez, Chief of Government Relations for LA Unified. We are pleased to bring forward this item to the board today, and we plan to come back to the board hopefully by May 23rd's board meeting with additional compacts to pursue with governmental entities. These are the first two compacts. It's part of our strategic plan, Pillar 3C, Leading for Impact. Our goal, and so I'll answer the question, but just for some context. Our strategic plan talks about the goal of having 12 compacts established by 2026. So that would be a goal of completing 3 of them per year. With the board's adoption of these 2 compacts proposed today for City of Southgate and City of Huntington Park, we're on track of meeting that goal. In essence, the compact idea about a compact is being able to outline philosophical statements and a commitment to work collaboratively with the City of LA and other communities around LA Unified that serve our students. The compact outlines key initiatives that LA Unified is pursuing. So, for example, the Cultural Arts Passport, our Everyone Mentors LA. In our engagement with the city and the community at large, our effort would be that they would help to promote and uplift those, as an example, those 2 initiatives. We have have other examples of broadband connectivity. It's a need in our community. Our students continue to have need access, improve access for strong connection for Wi-Fi. So there might be a partnership to continue to advocate collectively between LA Unified and our community partners and governmental entities to be able to pursue that at the federal level or any other advocacy. So this is a shared commitment outlining at least a starting place for where we see ourselves working with those communities and those particular governments. This is not meant to be set in stone, and what I mean by that, it's going to be a living document. So what you see here today before you is just the beginning of a conversation with many of those communities. My colleague, Janita Coronado, who is here with us today, the superintendent, our leadership, we met with the Southeast communities in October, and we made a commitment that we would come back to them with at least some of these compacts moving forward, because they serve about 40,000 of our students across LA Unified. So again, the vision is outlining key initiatives that we're pursuing, what's our role, what's the city's role, and then should there be anything that's legally binding, for example, either the city or LA Unified chooses to provide any funding for a particular program, there would be a corresponding separate MOU that would have funding attached to it, that would have legally binding language. But this is more shared value statements where we have one place to remind ourselves what's the goal and trying to work forward. Does that answer the question?
It does. I'm from the San Fernando Valley, so my city would be, the city of San Fernando would be eventually having a compact,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Can you name off the top of your head the cities with whom we have a compact?
Well, these are the first two. This is a groundbreaking initiative. Today's action
But
by the board.
eventually.
Eventually, our goal is going to be, again, through the strategic plan, calls for at least 12. Our goal is to have, obviously, as many as we can beyond 12. But we have a few lined up for the May 23rd board meeting.
Okay.
And more to come. I won't announce who those cities will be. We'll leave you in suspense.
Okay, fair enough.
But tune on to the May 23rd board meeting for additional ones. And then the board will be going on summer recess, in the weeks after that. So we hope to come back to the board then when you reconvene in the fall with additional compacts.
But can I take a guess that the majority are in the southeast? Is that a good guess?
So for the May 23rd, I mentioned that collectively they represent about 10% of our students. So their city of LA, they have 80% of our student population. Then we have the city of Southgate, they have close to 14,000 students. The third number largest of students is Huntington Park, so that's why those two, the ones that you see today, are the two ones that we're prioritizing. And then the other ones that are in discussion with the Southeast LA, or Southeast SELA, it's going to be Maywood, Vernon, Bell, Cudahy. So there will be a few of those coming forward in the future. And then we will continue discussion with San Fernando. There's Hollywood, there's East LA, there's many other ones that will be on the pipeline.
Got it, thank you. Questions from board? Go ahead, Dr. Rivas.
Just curiosity, would your office also construct compacts with, say, for instance, our Native Americans or indigenous population, or would that be MMED or a different office, or a compact with or Black students or Latinos or any
Yes.
sort of ethnic group, racial
So
group?
great question. So our focus is around governmental entities. We do have a discussion with Lydia Acosta Stevens about an indigenous tribal group considering being brought into this conversation as part of Compact. So it's something that we have been exploring. We just have to be mindful that there's advocacy groups who are not affiliated to a government, but they have their own entity, and then there's governmental groups like a tribe that would fit within our parameters. But it's in the works.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, the other items that are on consent open for discussion, as soon as the board members come back, we will go over that, so we won't vote on anything yet. We'll wait for them to come back. But we can go to the items for discussion. And first one is item number 10, and that is the resolution of declaration of need for fully qualified educators. So who could speak on that? I have to wait for Kelly to come back. She didn't answer any of her C's.
I'm here.
Okay, all right. Glad to hear. Kelly, Ms. Gomez, would you like to ask your question on item 1, the SEIU? Yes.
Yeah, that'd be great. And I also have one on tab 2, which
Correct.
will come back to me for that one.
You got it.
But just obviously, this agreement is a huge step forward in recognizing the incredible contributions of our SEIU members to our students and our school district as a whole. And obviously, the interruption to learning and the time that workers had to take in order to get this agreement was not what we wanted to see, but ultimately the outcome is a really positive one to ensure that our classified workers get a living wage and health benefits for their work here in LA Unified, and that we get closer to the prospect of no one having to live in poverty while they work for our schools. I do have a practical question I just wanted to clarify. When can our employees who are represented by SEIU Local 99 expect to see the increases for July 2021 and July 2022 reflected in their paychecks?
We expect the first tranche of payments to occur on June 8th. Those that are on the next cycle is June 12th. And for the $1,000 kind of bonus payout, we expect that to be June 26th and early July.
Okay, so for most of it, within the month of June
Correct.
is when they should see those payments. Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification.
We're trying.
Let's try really hard. Obviously, we want to get, that's for work that's already been done. So I think we want to make sure we get that as soon as possible so that employees can feel that. That's all for me on tab 1, Mr. Schmerelson.
Okay, do you have tab 2 comments, Ms. Gomez?
I do. I know there were others who also had tab 2, so I don't know if you want to start. I think Dr. Rivas also, and you can start with her. That's fine.
And I was actually going to just comment on tab 1. I know that the superintendent stepped away for a moment, but he did have some comments. But just want to appreciate the bargaining team that's here from SEIU. And we know that this is hard work, but it's important work for our community. And so this historic agreement is reflective of, I would say, our joint advocacy and our joint commitment to uplifting families in our community and making sure that our classified staff are really respected and honored from the perspective of LA Unified's commitment to uplifting our students, families, community in LA, and really setting a living wage and a standard for what we should see throughout the state and nationally. And so thank you for leading in that movement, but also being a partner in that process. So thank you.
Thank you, yes. For item 2, Dr. Rivas, any more questions from you? No? Kelly, you're welcome to comment on item 2.
Sure. My question on tab 2 is on item L, which is the bench contract for BSAP schools to support safe passages, peace building, and community partnerships. Just my question is, it looks like we're directing the money to schools themselves and then asking the schools to put together a plan in order to leverage these funds. Is that correct?
I want to see if Dr. Whitman or Dr. Estrada.
Sorry. Yes, so we will be identifying a bench that then schools would be able to select from and be able to use dollars that they have to be able to select from that bench.
Thanks, Dr. Estrada. And then just to confirm, do they have to put together a plan in order to access services from the bench contract?
Dr. Whitman's here, so I'll have him address additional questions specific to that.
Good afternoon, Board Member Gomez. The answer to that is yes. So our schools actually submit a proposal, a plan. That plan is reviewed. Once it's reviewed and approved, then the money is then allocated to the school for use.
Thanks, Dr. Whitman. I was just wondering if you could help share just what support we're providing to schools in being able to develop those plans. I know that in the past, there have been some challenges to schools fully spending the money that they've received in the BSAP program. And obviously there's a lot on the plates of principals, teachers, and others at those schools. So just if you can share what support will we provide just to make sure that these funds are actually spent in the benefit of students as soon as possible.
Yes, so we do have representation from both our BSAP team as well as the district operations team to provide direct support to schools so that they can spend down the funding. And then also supporting them with the procurement process as well. So that way there's less burden on the schools.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Whitman.
Thank you.
Kelly, Ms. Gomez, I think you also had a comment on item 15. Is that correct?
Mr. Schmelson, sorry, I also had a question on item 2.
Yes, yes.
Item two.
I just wanted Kelly to finish up, and we'll go to you, Ms. Ortiz Franklin. Kelly, you want to go to 15? Do you have a
Oh, no,
comment?
I think it's okay to, to go in chronological order if you want and just let Ms. Ortiz
You got
Franklin
it.
go
Go
next.
ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Ortiz Franklin.
Appreciate the camaraderie and collaboration here. So my question's also on item L, and so Dr. Whitman, don't go too far if Ms. Reese is in the room. We have heard, from community partners especially, how exciting this $60 million is to support our BSAP schools. I was curious though, only 21 of 102 submissions were accepted, and I wondered how that compared to other procurement processes. Is it common that only 20% would be approved in an RFP? So that might be a Ms. Reese question. And then I guess for those that didn't make it, I saw some were accepted in the safe passage, but not in the community partner piece. Why didn't we accept partnerships? Is it because they were new and we require that they have some experience? Is it because they didn't meet the insurance requirements or background checks? What was it about the 80 or so that didn't meet the threshold if there were any trends that we could be learning from, just because this is such an important program for our community. And I wondered how we could help potential partners learn so that we are getting as many resources to our students as possible.
Yes, and so there was a rubric and a process in which all of the 102 vendors were vetted and scored by a group of individuals that looked at each of them carefully. And those that actually met the criteria were identified, and thus far it was 21 of them. In addition to that, there was a level of support that was provided by procurement to each of the vendors that actually reached out and may have had questions with regards to the application itself as well as the process. And so in terms of specific reasons why each of them didn't meet that particular criteria, that threshold for approval, we can provide that information. I can work with procurement to provide that information to you directly.
Thanks. Yeah, we did get a follow-up yesterday. Otherwise, I would have asked more questions in the briefing last Wednesday with the full RFP. And so we got the list of the providers that were accepted and that were not. So I guess my other question, I don't know if Ms. Reese is in the room or not, but just wondering if there's a range of how many providers or vendors we approve versus, how many apply on average, and if this is similar or different from that.
Thank you, Judith Reese. I don't think I can state that one procurement stands out over another necessarily. I mean, we can evaluate that, but there is the rubric that is used and then the scoring that is done for each firm. And we're happy to sit down with each firm that would like to have more information on that. I can give you some averages, but I don't have that at my fingertip right now. So
okay,
I can
thanks.
provide
Yeah,
you
it would be
additional
helpful.
information.
Yeah, happy to get the follow-up on that. And then I think it's just great to state publicly, we haven't heard directly from anybody, but for any of the vendors who were not approved, if they could meet with you, if they have questions, we can direct them your way to help them for a potentially future RFP that might come out. So that's all my questions on that one. Thank you both.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Sorry, I stepped out for a moment. Did Ms. Gomez have a chance to ask her questions on two? How about Dr. Rivas? Did you have a chance to ask your questions? Mr. Schmelson?
I have one on two
Go ahead.
also. Yeah, item N. Okay. There are 9 bench contracts with qualified temporary staffing agencies to provide nursing services for students. So I just want everybody to remember that we do have an adult and career education division. And there really is no reason why we are not heavily promoting LVNs in our adult school. There's no reason not to do that. I ride around the valley and I see lots of signs on these schools, little schools that pop up, and they have a big banner that talks about you can be an LVN real fast. But I don't see anything about you can be a real LVN real fast at LAUSD Adult School. So that's really important to me. So my question is, how can we have a career ladder for LVNs, a pathway for LVNs, so we don't have to rely so much on the contracts with private agencies? How can we do that? Who could answer that question?
I can answer that.
You. Okay, thank you.
Terrific question, Mr. Schmerlson. So we are right now in a process of actually reinventing career and technical and adult educational programs. We have new leadership in that division. We are collaborating with a number of entities in our community, doing market analysis to identify the key industries that require a skilled workforce, and obviously anything in the health arena, particularly nurses of any type, is a critical area. We are revamping, re-energizing our centers, and that is one area. You know, whether we're talking about trade and logistics, banking, whether we're talking about health professions, teacher assistants, critically important. We should be the preeminent trainer, producer of talent in this community, and within the next few months you will see a presentation before the board about the new CT and adult education offerings within this school system.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. For those of you who haven't been to a school, I know it's nobody here, we've all been to a school, but there are people listening who may not have been to a school. I think you maybe don't know who the healthcare professional is at the school, and that's the SAA and the office tech, and also the principal when they're busy. So there's a real need for healthcare professionals at our schools. It's not fair to the SAA to take her away from her work or his work, and same for the office techs. They are plenty busy without having to be nurses in training. So that's why it's important to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the superintendent missed an opportunity to make some comments on item 1, so I'm going to let him do that now.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I want to, in a very honest way, recognize the efforts of SEIU 99 membership and leadership. You know, my wise dad, the third grade educated custodian, used to tell me sometimes life takes you down strange and difficult roads, but the final destination can make it all worthwhile. And I think that has been the journey as navigated by all of us through this negotiation process. I am proud of the fact that many have promised, many have talked about, but the moment was now. And I want to singularly call out President Arias for, yes, you have a combination of tough negotiation skills, but also respectful, transparent, and diligent in your approach. And so I heard you loudly and clearly when we shook hands in City Hall. This is just the beginning. I think it is historic. It is precedent-setting. It is the first of its kind equity contract that sought to erase historical wrongs, but it's just the beginning. We commit to the committee process to work through myriad issues that are critically important alongside what was negotiated during this contract. So in memory of my father, what he did, and in recognition of what the workforce does, I truly appreciate the effort and negotiation, equally important, the outcome, which will serve this community well for years to come. And I said it earlier in closed session to the board, we're not supposed to talk about what we talk about in closed session, but this is reasonably public. This would not have happened without the board's authorization level for the resources that we advanced across the table. So thank you once again. Congratulations, not only on the contract settlement, but also the very, very high, I don't think you can get higher than 99-point-something ratification vote of this contract. Congratulations.
I, too, just want to congratulate you on a job well done and with good faith bargaining, and also to say that I think you have made a contribution to the conversation, I hope, in Sacramento. that has to understand that when we're the richest state and the richest country in the world, we have no business being 42nd in what we get in terms of dollars per student, and that impacts not just all of your members and not just all the other bargaining members, but it impacts all of our students and all of our families. And if we do not continue to raise that, they cannot continue to see it's okay to pay us less than any but 8 states in the entire country, when we're the richest state in the country, that we're not going to be quiet about that either. So I just wanted to mention that as we go on. All right. We had no one asking to make comments on 3 through 8, so we now have provisional internship. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Shin, I didn't see you. Thank you.
I had a quick question for item N. So these nursing contracts, would these school nurses be allowed to administer Narcan? Would they be, this might be a question for Dr. Malhotra.
We can easily answer that. The answer is yes. Not only are they trained to do so, they are alongside a number of other qualified individuals, whether we're talking about school principals, athletic directors, et cetera, who have been trained on the administration of Narcan. And as you probably know, we are leading yet again. Not only did we become the first district to distribute Narcan into schools, right move at the right time considering the dangers, but we are also the first district to empower students with the ability, based on parental consent, to bring Narcan with themselves to schools. So yes, nurses are key participants in this potentially life-saving endeavor.
Okay, next item is item 9 on provisional internship permits, and I'm going to ask when we take the roll on that I be recused from item number 1, Maxie Beaglehole Goldberg, because she's my niece. Okay, item number 10 we cannot have on consent, but nobody has to speak, so we'll continue down to item number 13, education compacts. And I believe the first person who wanted to talk was Mr. Smurlson, excuse me. Oh, you've already done that? Okay. I just wanted to say on behalf of the fact that these 2 cities are both in my board district that we are quite excited by these compacts. And we look forward to them being done in all parts of the school district. What this means is a closer cooperation between an independent city, in this case Southgate or Huntington Park, and the school district, where each side finds ways to support the needs of the children and youth in the community and their families together. Not as, I'll do this and you do that, but let's talk about how we can do things together. One of those cities already has done a contract with a health organization to bring more health care into the community. We've provided the space for that to happen at our schools. Those kinds of cooperations that come through these kinds of compacts only help children and youth and their families in our schools, which means that all of us are thrilled to see them happen. And I want to commend the superintendent for making sure that we got started on this, and we look forward to seeing the ones that will come in the future.
Just very quickly, thank you very much, Madam President. This is indeed historic, precedent-setting again. Government works best when government works across silos and decides in a deliberate way to partner. Whether we're talking about joint use of facilities, procurement processes, joint application for grants, beyond the school day activities in the parks and schools, tutoring programs, there is so much to be done in collaboration with our cities. We are a massive school system that has a jurisdiction that coincides with dozens of different municipalities. I want to thank Marta Alvarez for her efforts in bringing the first 2 of such compacts. Under our strategic plan, we will realize 6 additional compacts this year. And as Board President Goldberg clearly stated, this is just the beginning. Government works better when government works in cooperation, collaboration, and we are extremely pleased to launch our municipal compact with Huntington Park and Southgate, 2 communities that support public education and no doubt will benefit from this partnership. Thank you.
13, so we're done with those. 16, 17, looks like we're done with, anybody else have any questions or comments on any of the items on consent?
I think Ms. Gomez might have a question on 15.
Okay, I had some on 15 too. Ms. Gomez?
Yes, thank you. Obviously, very concerning issues listed here for the school. And I know that I raised some of these concerns back when we considered their material revision in August. Mr. Gutierrez, just wondering if we've heard any updates from the school. I did see the response from the school, which mostly pertained to the academic progress that they've shared that they are making, which obviously doesn't align to the numbers that we're seeing. But have we heard anything else in response to the fact that the board is considering this today?
Good afternoon, Ms. Gomez, Board President, Superintendent, Board members. In short, yes, we received an email from the organization, or at least a consultant of the organization, with the response that our team has preliminarily reviewed, in that they addressed the calendar items, the performance items, for example. So should the board take this action today, then the school will have the amount of time noted in the materials, the 30 days, unless the board extends that, to provide their official response, which will be reviewed. Staff will then make a recommendation to the superintendent if the process needs to continue. I would like to make a brief note for the record, Board President, that Exhibit 17 on page 8 should be updated to be Exhibit 21, which is in the materials for that reference.
Okay. Anything else, Ms. Gomez?
No.
Okay. I had one question. The section in the original materials that we got, version 1, had a C that said material violation of any condition, standards, or procedures set forth in the charter, which is not in version 2, which is before us. Why was that part taken out?
On the advisement of council, we'll address that separately to the board.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I need to know for now. All right. So I think that was all that we had on this. And that, I think, is all the comments, except Mr. Melvoin said he wanted to go back to number 1 and make a question or a comment on that.
Yeah, just a quick question. Superintendent, in your absence, just briefly, there was a question raised about how quickly the retroactive pay for Local 99 members could be seen in their paycheck. And I think the answer was not too satisfactory to our friends who are here. And I'm just curious, what can be done in terms of expediting pay? Is that a staffing issue on our payment department, or is it software, or what can the district do to see as quickly as possible the retroactive increase?
Yes, so thank you for the question. Obviously, I mean, look, we've made a commitment. It's not going to cost any more or any less. So there is a tentative date, and I commit to you that we will try to accelerate that date beyond or in advance of the expected June timeline. We believe we can do better, and I'll see to it.
Okay, I appreciate that. No, I know they'll keep us posted, so thank you.
Why? You think we're going to hear from them? Of course we're going to hear from them. All right. Very good. Very good. That's the way it should be. Communication, communication, communication. Very good. All right. So I believe we are ready now to vote on all items except for number 4, number 9, number 10, and number 16. Everybody prepared to vote on those? Those are the consent calendar. Those are except for 4, 9, 10, and 16. Call the roll, please.
Okay, here we go. Dr. McKenna.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes, for tab 2, I am a no on M, and I abstain on T.
So for clarification with respect solely to tab 2, Dr. Rivas, you are a no on item M, and you abstain on item T. Okay, thank you. Mr. Schmerson. M as in Mike.
Mama. Okay. And Mike.
Okay, Mr. Schmerson.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yeah.
Ms. Gomez.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez.
Yeah. Yes.
Ms. Ortiz-Franklin.
Yes.
Board President Goldberg.
Yes.
Student Member Shin.
Yes.
Okay. Consent calendar passes.
All right, the consent calendar has now passed. That means all items except for 4, 9, 10, and 16 have been passed. And now we're waiting for the time certain on the, are there any speakers that we missed that we could go back? Because we've got about 18 minutes. There we go, there we go. All right. Yeah, give David 3 minutes.
I see you coming down to take your 3 minutes under, let's do tab 1.
And then we'll do 9 and 10.
So, Mr. David Tokovsky, you have 3 minutes to speak.
We're on tab 1?
Yes.
Again, congratulations. I'm not wearing this for Valentine's Day this time or for the Kansas City Chiefs. This was given to me by the Association of Chief Financial Officers, concerned about what could happen in 4 or 5 years from now. You could go in the red. And having experienced that, walking on the strike line in 1989 when board member was on the board, when we got an 8, 8, and 8 enthusiastic pay raise, and in 92 we took a 20%, not a 10%, it was a 20% cut, and Speaker Willie Brown came down here and helped the district fill out applications that they hadn't quite filled out for career tech ed, for maximizing this fund and that fund, and it was brought down to a 10% pay cut, and board member Jeff Horton did some great equalization, so those over like 150,000 or 120,000 took a 12% cut, and those at the bottom only took an 8% cut. So I say that on item 1, enthusiastic about organizing and doing the work that the board, the superintendent, and Max and the SEIU team did, but I'm not one who usually comes and talks about a pending fiscal cliff. But I talk about don't be flat-footed. That means to me that the New York Times last Tuesday wrote an article saying that New York public schools were missing over 30,000 4-year-olds in their school system. Same thing could be front page of the LA Times next week. We need to get to work. If there's any leftover czars from Russia, we ought to appoint a czar on early education and get those kids in. 10,000 this year, 10,000 next year, and 10,000 the next year. That's over $600 million of revenue. That exceeds both of the changes. We ought to be looking at affiliated charters. Southgate, it was just brought up. Southgate goes to 4 school districts: Paramount, Linwood, Downey, and LA Unified. If all of our great performing schools in Southgate were affiliated charters, families, one house, one block away that are going to Paramount or Linwood with much lower test scores than LA Unified would come to our district legally, appropriately. That's all you have to do, is just declare them affiliated charters, and they can do that. The city council in Southgate all live in the Downey part. They all send their kids to Downey Unified. They don't even send them to LA Unified. It may have changed with new council people. I'll be careful. But by and large, every time they used to attack me as a representative, I would find out that they went to Downey Unified. They didn't care about what was happening at Paramount in Linwood. So affiliated charters can get you some order of 30,000 more kids if you work on it. And lastly, you had a committee meeting the other day about Health and Human Services. Medi-Cal is significant. We used to be called Health and Human Services, HEW. We divided the two, and now we need to bring them back in the interest of poor kids. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's all of the public statements now. Let's go to item 9, the provisional intern permits, because we're waiting for 3 o'clock for the item that is at 3 o'clock. So item 9 is the provisional permits.
And we have one public comment on item 9. That's John Tudhope. Are you here in person? John T. Let me check to see if you are online with us. You are not.
All right, no one's here to speak, and no one on the board is asked to speak, so let's call the roll on item 9. which is to approve the list of 17 people who are teachers with provisional intern permits.
Okay, Dr. McKenna.
Yes.
Oh, can I have a motion? A
No,
move and
yeah,
a
we need a
second?
motion on 9.
Motion?
Moved by Dr. Rivas, seconded by Mr.
Melvoin.
Melvoin.
Okay, moved by Dr. Rivas, seconded by Mr. Melvoin, and Dr. McKenna. Your vote,
Voting.
please, I'm sorry.
Yes, yes.
Dr. Rivas,
Yes.
Mr. Schmerlson, Mr. Melvoin,
Yes.
Ms. Gomez,
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz Franklin.
Yes.
Board President Goldberg.
I'm a yes, except on item 1, where I wish to be listed as recusing myself from the vote. All right, that takes care of item number 9. Item number 10 is a resolution on the need for qualified teachers, and it lists a bunch of those that are requested, and that is on item page 210. And is there a motion on this item? Okay, moved by Mr. Melvoin, seconded by Ms. Gomez. Any questions or comments on this item?
I will note there is public comment.
Public comment? Let's hear the
item.
public comment.
Maria Daisy Ortiz, are you on the line? Maria Daisy Ortiz, are you on the line or here in person? I see you're here in person. Come on up, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak once you begin. So as we did at the last board meeting, we're going to do simultaneous translation for folks who would like to hear Ms. Ortiz. Just one moment, Ms. Ortiz, while we distribute the headphones. So here's what's happening. Ms. Ortiz is going to speak in Spanish, and anyone who wants to hear it in English will apply the headphones to their ears, and then they will hear what she's saying. Is my mic out? Okay. So now would be a good time to raise your hand if you want to hear the simultaneous translation. If you are a board member, right in front of you, there's a...
I have mine.
Okay.
I'm telling people to raise their hand.
Raise your hand if you want to hear the simultaneous translation using the headphones. If you're a board member, now's a great time to put them on if you don't speak Spanish. Or if you're in the back of the horseshoe, now is also a great time to put them on. Okay.
¿Puedo hablar corrido entonces? No tengo que hacer pausa para traducir, ¿verdad? ¿No?
Está bien.
Thank you very much. Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon,
Mi nombre es
everybody.
María
My
Daisy
name is
Ortiz.
María
Soy
Daisy
una mamá.
Ortiz, and I am a mother that I'm always advocating for excellence in education because it is the passport that our students have so that they can go far. With the teacher credentials, it is very important because it is also backed up by a law. The Title I law states, ESTA law states, that no students can be more than 3 weeks in a classroom with a teacher that is not highly qualified. But this rights, oftentimes the parents do not know it because there is an inequity in parent engagement because there is no training about Title I law for parent engagement. And I will explain it now about this inequity. But that is a right that the parent has because 85% of the results in academic progress of our student depends on the quality of instruction that is inside the classroom. My question to you with these credentials is, who is monitoring that the credentials are up to date for the teachers? How frequently do you evaluate teacher credentials? And what happens when a teacher leaves on maternity leave and there's a substitute that comes in? And what the schools use is that, oh, well, it's a permanent substitute, but that law says that it's not highly qualified teacher. And that's what happens year after year with many of the teachers, many parents who do not know what to do, and these students are coming to remediation, to summer school, and you think that that is academic excellence, just like the strategic plan from the superintendent states. We cannot kid ourselves. The students have 2 teachers. One that is in the classroom, that is the teacher, and that every single Tuesday receives professional development. And who monitors this professional development? And millions are spent on professional development. And who implements it? Who monitors it? How do you make transparent that information to the committees, to the parents? Who? because it is our children, the ones that pay the price of not having an excellent education. The other teacher that the students have is the parents, and we need to train parents. Just like there is professional development for teachers, there should be professional development for parents, because it is a connection, and that is where we can connect instruction with the home, and not the parent academies that you talk a lot about in and social media and on channel 34 and everything like that. They say that the parent academy does not work. First of all, because you don't make sure that everybody that go in are parents, and secondly, the information is just one way, and for there to be learning, there needs to be two-way interaction, and there needs to be focus on many things, on curriculum, on instruction, on strategies, and on English development, all of those things. And in equity, I still have time. I need some clarification on the Brown, and because they take away the voice of the parents that pay taxes, and you only talk to them about one single thing. That's not justice. Thank you.
Okay. Araceli Cabrera, are you here? Araceli Cabrera, are you in here? Are you on the line? You're not on the line. Marcela Garcia, are you here? Marcela Garcia. And you are also not signed in online. Matthew Plomel, are you here in person? And you are not among the callers currently waiting online. So that concludes public comment for item number 10.
Questions or comments from board members on item 10, which is basically a annual submission to the Commission on Teacher Credentialing, declaring that we need some waivers in order to meet the bilingual needs of many of our students in many of our courses. And you know, this all came after bilingual education was outlawed, so people stopped getting credentials to be bilingual teachers. Why become a bilingual teacher if you can't use Spanish in your classroom or any other language but English? So now that's beginning to come back, but in the meantime, there's a shortage, and that's what these emergency permits are about. Seeing no other needs, a motion is in order.
Holding my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you, sir. Dr. McKenna.
I'd like to see something that identifies the distribution of schools or boards, let's say board districts, where these placements are made, and what's the number of permits that are granted, et cetera, in board districts.
We do have two representatives from the district here who can help answer questions for you.
Good afternoon, Board President Jackie Goldberg, board members, Superintendent Carvalho. I'm Marco Nava, Administrator in Human Resources, here with my coordinator, Luz Ortega, who oversees contracts, credentialing, and compliance. And we do monitor all of the credentials to ensure that we have appropriate placement of teachers. We do monitor to ensure that every classroom is appropriately staffed with credentialed teachers. And when there is a need, like outlined in the statement of need, then we take whatever steps are needed to ensure that our classrooms are filled with our teachers. Luz will be able to add a little more in terms of where we have placements of these teachers that you're requesting, Dr. McKenna.
And Dr. McKenna, we can provide that to you. We do have a list. I don't have it with me, but we can make sure that you get it today.
I didn't expect you to have it with you. What I would hope is that I can get something, and I know what you do, and you do a great job of it. I'd just like to see a distribution of where they went, which board districts.
We'll get that for you.
Yeah, I would really appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. That's a very good question. I think all of us will be interested to seeing the answer, Dr. McKenna. Anybody else that I missed? I'm sorry. Seeing none. Go ahead, Dr. Rivas. Oh, Mr. Chin.
I just had a quick question. So I see on the list there's art teachers and music teachers. I'm wondering if we're going to see, sometime in the future an expansion of this declared need as we're putting funding out to schools for cultural arts passport programs and Prop 28 funding, and we might have positions that need to be filled related to arts and music.
Yes, we will likely see that. We saw that with the expansion of bilingual education. We started seeing more bilingual authorizations requested. With the UTKCC program, we started to see more early childhood special ed documents requested, so we anticipate that, yes.
Thank you. Anyone else? I don't know, did we move item 10? We did. All right. Will someone move item 10? All right. Kelly Gomez moves it, and Mr. Melvoin seconds it. Item 10 is emergency permit requests. Go ahead. Call the roll, please.
Okay. Dr. McKenna?
Yes.
Dr. Rivas?
Yes.
Mr. Schmerlson?
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin?
Yes.
Ms. Gomez?
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz-Franklin?
Yes.
Board President Goldberg?
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Schmerlson, how would you like to lodge your vote for tab 9, the provisional internship permits?
Yes.
That is a yes from Mr. Schmerlson for tab 9.
All right. Well, we are at 2:57, so at 3 o'clock, we will do item number 4, a time certain. I can't find my material. So we'll just hang out for a minute or two. Sorry? I was waiting, yes, but I wanted to wait till 3 o'clock since we said at time certain people may be still arriving. Everybody's here? Okay. Let's start with public comment on item number 4, I believe. Can't find my notes. Okay, maybe we will hear from staff on what this item is. Then we'll hear from public comment, and then we'll take board members' comments and recommendations. So let's start with the presentation from district staff.
Okay, so to be clear, we're on tab 4,
Right.
time certain of 3 p.m. We are first going to entertain information from district staff, and then public comment, and then board member interaction.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Mark Hovat, our Chief Facility Executive. There's an action before you today that relates to the construction of a 450-seat school for a charter, Rice Kohang. This is actually the 4th action that's come before this board. The first action was to authorize a draw of the funding from the charter allocation to pay for half of the construction. The other half was being paid for by the state, by grants and loans. The board had approved that. That was in 2020. And then earlier this year, in February, the board was presented with the results of the CEQA process, the California Environmental Quality Process. And the board declared a negative declaration, a mitigated negative declaration, meaning that we'd fulfilled the CEQA requirements to allow the school to go forward, and then there was a project approval that the board approved. At that time, we did not own the property, but as a condition of our providing that funding available from our bond that we had from the charter bucket, that they were required to give us title to the land. When we had title to the land, they are now eligible for an exemption, and that's the action that's coming forward today. We are a school district. We have our own authority for construction. When we built our 131 brand new schools, the mechanism that we used when we needed to have a new zoning requirement was we provided those exemptions for our schools. We've used this process 4 times for charter schools that we have helped finance the construction of, one of those being Rice Kohang, which is currently under construction right now. Rice Kohang is building a new high school separate from this action, and they have applied for a Prop 39 co-location, and that would be on 2 different campuses. It would be on the Berendo and West Adams until the construction of their high school is done. For this project that's coming in, it's a middle school project, and they've also applied for a Prop 39, and they were offered a position on Berendo on Leahy for 19 classrooms on Leahy, pending the completed construction of this. If the construction goes forward, or if not, then they would likely continue to ask for Prop 39s for co-locations of us. So the action before you is to provide an exemption which allows them to build a school on the property that they purchased with money that was given to them from the state, which they've now turned title over to us as a condition of our providing the support and the money. $64 million to build the entire school, 32 of it is paid for out of our charter allocation that we've had from our bond funds that's created. If this is not approved today, then there is a permitting process that they would have to go through the city. It's a lengthy permitting process. It would be the first time we've had our property that have gone through this process. It gets complicated. Then I'm sure the city would ask us whether we support this or not, this changing of the permit. If it was not built, this property is not ours to do with whatever we want to unless we follow certain steps, the first of which is to find another charter that would be interested in taking over the arrangement that the current charter has with the state. And if that did not happen, there would be an opportunity for us to use this property for whatever we determined, but there would be obligations to reimburse the state for the expenses they've had, which include the purchase of the land and the design, which has been completed and ready for construction. I don't know what those exact numbers are, but it'd be purchase of the land plus several $1 million for the design that's already taken place. And if that didn't happen, then we would have to declare that excess and go through the standard process we would for any other property that would be excess before it could be used for any other purposes.
Thank you. Could I just ask you to repeat what you said about how much money has been spent on this already and whose money it is?
The money is in possession of Rice Cohang. It was a grant from the state and a loan, a combination of a grant and a loan from the state. I do not have the exact money that they spent to purchase the land, but I can get that. I'm sure someone's going to be texting to me soon. And then there's an amount of money that they spent for construction. It's a $62 million project. Usually design is in the range of 10%. They've probably used 70% of that so far.
So at least $62 million of state funds. Has any of that come?
I'm sorry, $64 million, 32 of which came from the state as a combination of grant and a loan. $32 million came from our bonds from an allocation that we had dedicated towards charter projects.
That's the part I wondered. So $32 million of LA Unified dollars that have been allocated in particular for charter schools.
Yes, that money has not been spent. Our policy is ours are the last dollars spent. So there's been authority to give that to them, but there has been none of that funding expended yet. It's all been state money.
That $32 million would need to go to charter schools?
Yes.
Okay, and we've already approved it for this project?
We have. That was approved in 2020.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Rivera, you mentioned this is the fourth action. So just to clarify, the board has approved this particular project 3 times already. Is this the final approval, final action? And
we have, as a past practice, not a board requirement, we've paid for half of the construction. So when bids came in, if there were a higher value, then it's a potential they could apply to get for us to pay for half of that if it came back. But if the bids came in under the 64 budget that they had, then there would be no more action.
But basically, this is not a matter of first impression. Like the same school, the same project, the same address. Like I just feel like every year we vote on this, and is this the final step? And what happens if given that the board's already given the, I guess it's not a green light, a yellow light 3 times. Like can you just for the public clarify, what have we already approved? Why are we back here? What's next?
The board has approved to pay for $32 million, half of the construction cost. The board has approved the CEQA process, which is required to do the environmental process that talks about impact, public hearings, all of those things that are required of all public construction. And the board has already approved the project itself. The fourth action is to grant an exemption to the project so it can be zoned without going through the process that would probably take about a year to go through the city.
So today's vote is just granting an exemption to a project we've already approved to let the project move forward.
That's correct. And had we owned the land prior to this, it would have been included in the last round of approvals, but we didn't own it until after the board had approved the project. And at that point, they basically gave us the title to the land.
And where's the school located currently, in a private facility?
Right now, they're in a private facility, but they've asked for a Prop 39. So next year, they would be operating in Leahy, 19 classrooms in Leahy.
And if the project doesn't go forward, they'd just be back in the Prop 39 process at Berendo and West
It's
Adams.
an annual process, so it would be up to them to apply each year for Prop 39 or come up with some other arrangement.
Thank you.
Thank you. What is the average or usual acreage used to build a middle school?
Yeah, in the range of 7-8 acres.
This is being requested, $32 million to build a 4-story charter school on 1.01 acres.
It is a smaller acreage, and that's why they're building 4 stories high. It's not completely unusual. We've got about a dozen schools that we've built 4 stories high that are in tight, constrained areas. We also have requirements for our play fields and sports and so on.
Do we have any middle schools that are 4 stories high? I don't know of any.
I don't believe so. I believe they're high schools.
And if this is built, what would the play area be?
That would be up to the charter school to incorporate that in. They would do what we do in some instances, make play areas that are on top of buildings, or they would enter into an agreement with the city or the county or maybe one of our other schools to share a field.
Or neighboring space, yeah.
That's also not unusual for us.
I have some concerns, but you asked for questions right now, so I'll just stop with my questions right now, unless you want me to. Well, one of my concerns is that we're asking for construction money to spend it, already approved it, at an earlier time. The times are different now, significantly different. We have a decrease in enrollment across the state of California, and certainly in this district. And so we're building as though we're expecting growth to fill the school. I'm not sure where these students would come from, other than there's a marketing plan to recruit them from other existing schools. I don't think the birth rate is going to increase, and I don't think the immigration rate is increasing. Times have changed, and I'm not sure how this is the best use of the people's money. There's some other recommendations that we could make, but I'm not in a position to make them now. But I think this is a too small a site to request this much expenditure of resources. And 450 students in an area where there's already a reduction in enrollment doesn't seem a good use. That's my observation at this point. So I'm very concerned about whether this is an effective allocation of resources and people to serve a particular group of students in a restricted area. I'll yield at this point.
Thank you. Question, has a district ever assured or promised Bright Star or any of its agents that the district would approve a waiver? Was it guaranteed to them, assured?
There is no legal obligation for us to do this. There's a past practice, but it's only a past practice. It was not under an obligation. It was by a vote of the board.
Has a district ever produced a study or report in the last 3 to 5 years that concluded that we need a school built in the Pico Union neighborhood?
I know of no such study.
Okay, so we don't know if we need another school there. How many middle schools would you estimate currently exist within 1 to 3 mile radius from this proposed site?
I would be guessing off of memory, but there are some.
So there'd be another one in this Pico Union area neighborhood, another middle school.
There would be. However, it's not a new school. They are currently operating there, just not on district property. They're renting property.
Right, but it's a new building that we're building for, a new
That's
building.
correct. It would be a new building.
In your experience, would the building of a school like the one proposed have an effect on the enrollment of surrounding schools? In your experience?
They do not have 450 students right now. I believe they have about 100 and less than that, so they would have the capacity to increase their enrollment, but it would be capped by the charter that the board has already given to them. They already have the ability to get that. If you're asking me whether having a new building would attract more students or not, in many cases it does, some it doesn't.
Right. So potentially, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I want to clarify what you said. They charter for 450, but they have 100 less or 100? 100 less than 450? What did
Right,
you?
they have 347. 347 is their current enrollment in the facility that they're renting.
Thank you.
But the board has authorized them to have 450.
So if the board decides not to allow a waiver for whatever reason, does Bright Star still have an opportunity to get, as you mentioned, they still have an opportunity to be reviewed by LA City? So they're still going to get their school constructed, right, eventually?
They have an option of taking it to the city. It would be a longer process. They have a design that's already approved that they may potentially expire before it's approved. And certainly in today's economy with a double-digit inflation, it would cost more than it would cost now. Whether they would follow through or not, that would be a business decision that they would have to make.
Right, so if we deny a waiver, it might just take longer for the project, but they can still have a fair hearing, right? Whether their project makes sense in a particular neighborhood in LA. They still have an opportunity.
There's a process within the city. I'm not familiar with that process because we've never used that process. We've always used our exemption.
Okay. In terms of co-locations, I did receive an email from the representative of Bright Star on April 14th, and I'm paraphrasing. It says, the RKMS building is the long-term site for RKMS. Without it, the middle school will have no alternative facility option, and we will need to apply for Prop 39. As we know, Prop 39 refers to co-locations, and I understand that this to mean that without a waiver today, Bright Star will try to co-locate. Is this a certainty, or are there other options available to them?
They obviously have other options, all subject to availability of funding and money. They have a legal right to apply, and we have an obligation to furnish them space if they apply through Prop 39, but they're not obligated to do that.
But they had another private facility that they're releasing, and they could get another. They don't have to do.
I can't speak to what their finances are.
I say this because I don't think we should appreciate that co-location is being held here over our heads by Bright Star to say if we don't grant them, they're going to co-locate. To me, that's a threat, and I don't think that we should be using that as a justification to granting their waiver just because they're going to co-locate. We do have joint use agreement between our co-locations and our schools, and I think that maybe there's that option as well. Yeah, that's all. I had some other comments, but I will let my colleagues.
Question, I just wanted to get a clarification from my colleague here, who just made us. How do you perceive that as a threat? I didn't hear that from them.
Well, it seems that, if you don't grant our waiver, well, then we're going to co-locate. And since co-locations are not ideal, it's like, if you don't give it to us, we're going to co-locate. And I don't think that should be a justification for granting a waiver, since they do have an option of getting a private lease, and they did have one before.
Mr. Hovetter, what's the estimated capacity for the planned building?
It's designed to hold 450 students.
Okay.
Which is equal to what their charter authorization is.
So right now, since there are only about 350, or about 100 less than the enrollment cap at the school right now, do you think students could potentially move in, if the board approves the exemption, could students potentially move in earlier than the fourth quarter 2025 date? I'm just concerned if the new building isn't ready and the school doesn't find an interim solution, they'll be filing for Prop 39, and then students could potentially be co-located up until 2025-26 school year.
They've applied for this coming school year for a co-location, and it's been offered, and that's on one of our schools. And If they were to attract more students, they would have a right to ask for additional space that we would have to look at providing. If we couldn't provide it on the campus that they're going to now, then we would have to look at splitting them and putting them on other campuses. It's a year-to-year process, so there's no commitment for what happens beyond that, but it's going to take more than 1 year to build the school, so there would have to be some other means other than the new school for them to have. Prop 39 would be one option.
So if the school stays under the enrollment cap, is there a potentiality for them to move in early before all of the classrooms are completed, but there's enough space for the students they have at the time?
Generally, it's hard to build a school where you can take partial occupancy because you have to certify the alarms and the elevators and those things, and that's done for all 4 floors. It's theoretically possible, but it would be more money and a lot of coordination.
Okay. So we could potentially see this school co-located up until the 2026 school year, end of 2026.
Either co-located or if they found some other
another facility.
arrangements.
Okay, thank you.
So this location is on Olympic Boulevard, and I believe it's near the Curaçao department store, correct?
Yes.
Right? Now, there's also a gas station next door, and I'm just curious, have we made sure that there is no toxic soil? Many times at a gas station, you know, those tanks leak. Do we make sure that there is no toxic soil around the area where the school will be built?
That's a requirement of the construction. They're required to report to the Department of Toxic Substance Controls, just like we would be to build a school. They have to do testing and clearance, and if there are toxins, they're required to mitigate it before they can build.
You know when it was tested? Because this has been going on for a while, right?
I don't have that detail now, but our normal procedure would be to test it before we buy it. I'm assuming that they would have done the same thing.
What about traffic and pedestrian safety when the school opens? It's a busy area.
Those were all items.
Across from Lathy Middle School, right? Isn't that the big area? Lathy Middle School is nearby too. And there's a Home Depot. Am I getting this right? Yeah.
Leahy and Home Depot are on Wilshire. So
that's what Wilshire. Never mind. This is Olympic. Right. But what about the traffic?
That was all part of the CEQA study. There had to be a traffic study, and the results of the study was that there was a mitigated negative declaration, meaning
more than a year ago, though, right?
That study was just approved in February of this year.
The only other thing I would have requested from Mr. Cole Gutierrez, were he here, is I would like to see a map of the schools surrounding the location of this school. I just want to see the saturation of schools in that area. And I know that, I just know that our schools are being emptied out by constantly having charter schools being built, and it's kind of hurting our schools. It really is. The funding for our schools and the student enrollment at our schools, nothing you can do about it, but my opinion is that I don't believe in oversaturation. That's why I like to see how close the closest middle schools are. I know Berendo is close.
Yeah. Berendo is currently being co-located by their high school until their high school is built.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Gomez?
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Hovatter. Just a couple of follow-up questions. I think I heard Dr. McKenna talking a little bit about whether or not this project makes sense to do, and acknowledging that circumstances may have changed since the project was first approved, I think back in 2020 by the board. Oh, sorry, did you want to say something?
The approval to pay for half of it was in 2020. The project approval was in February of this year.
February of this year?
Correct, with the CEQA. I'm sorry, 2022.
Got it.
2022.
Just wondering, is there for those who are thinking, is there a way for this project not to happen? Is there an ability to kind of peel back those funds that have already been allocated for this purpose?
I would defer to General Counsel to that. We've allocated the funds. We created the funds when we went out with the bond itself and said that there would be a fund for this purpose. We used them for those purposes. I don't know that that's been tested in the courts if we were to pull it back.
Seems like there might be some legal implications if we've
It would be a decision that would probably be made outside of the district in a court.
got it. Okay. And in terms of kind of why these funds were allocated for this purpose, I'm sorry, I think you might have touched on this before, but it's part of the board-approved bucket of funds as authorized by voters through our bond measures.
Yes,
right?
but understand it is a presentation that we made to the board and asked the board to approve us going out for a bond. It was not in the bond language itself, so it's not a matter of public law that this has to exist. That has been challenged once, and the district was successful because the board reallocated funds for a different purpose.
Okay, got it. And then in terms of, the options, if this were not to be approved, well, one, just to confirm, have we ever not approved a zoning exemption for a school? I know we've seen a couple of these come before.
For all of our schools, we've never gone through the city process, the schools that we built ourselves. We use the exemption. We've had 4 prior cases where charters were building schools. In all 4 cases, including one to the high school for Rice Cohang, we've approved it.
Got it. And in terms of the potential or the possibility of a city council process, do we know that exists for parcels that are owned by the school district?
It's a process that's available to everyone. Our board has the authority to exempt us from that process. So we're subject to that process unless the board exempts us from that process. And this is now our property, so you would be exempting our property from that process.
And if the project, because it is our property, what would the obligation be for the district as part of an alternative process if that were the route that were to be taken?
Our obligation as for granting
would the district be required to participate in hearings before the city council? I mean, because technically the property is ours, right? I understand that the facility itself will not be operated by us, but the ownership of the land is ours. So I'm just trying to understand what the implications would be.
That's another challenge to answer because there's no precedence, but it would be our property. Someone else on our behalf would be taking our property to the city council. I'm sure there would be members of the council before they voted would want to know where we stand on this.
Yeah. Okay. And then in terms of the project, just to clarify again, it's not the school already exists in this neighborhood or in this community of schools?
It does in this neighborhood.
Okay. But the facility would have a slightly greater capacity than is currently being served by the school.
About 100 more seats than what is currently being served.
And then just to dig in a little bit more on the possibility of a lease, they are currently leasing a facility and then are no longer leasing it because they anticipated this construction, or?
They're terminating the lease at the end of this school year, and their long-term plan is to build their own school. In the interim, until it's built, they have requested a Prop 39.
Got it. What do you have any sense of the possibility of leasing another facility for a school of this size, or is it likely that they would end up on a Prop 39?
It would be a function of what's available to lease and what their current budget is.
Got it. Okay. And then just to the point of, being able to utilize this space for affordable housing, that's actually been, I brought a resolution more than 5 years ago now around utilizing our properties for affordable housing for our families experiencing homelessness as well as our employees. Is there a reason why this wasn't contemplated for this particular site?
We didn't own it until after May of 2022, last year, and that was after we'd done this. The ownership of this property comes with obligations. It was purchased with state money, and the state put obligations on that. So there's a process that we have to go through. If we're not using it for this charter to build this school, then we would first have to make an effort to find another charter that would take over and step in and fulfill the same role that the prior charter would. After we had attempted to do that and were unable, then we would have an option of purchasing, basically buying out. We own the property, but we would buy out the interests of the state to relieve us of that obligation of providing it to another charter. That would be some amount of money in the range of, I don't know, we'll get that
Yeah,
number
it
to
would
you,
be
but
g- I think it would be
but
great to know what the cost would be.
It's a design which is somewhere in the range of $5+ million that they've spent so far, plus the purchase of that property. I don't know, but I know it's in the range of $5 to $10 million. Once we'd purchased that, then it would be ours to do with what we wanted, and we could do it for another school use or whatever use the superintendent or the board directs us to do. If we did not do that, then we would have the option of accessing that property, the same rules that we would be subject to for accessing any property, to allow someone else to buy it or lease it for a long term and do some sort of development. So it could be used for housing, but there's many steps that we would need to go through before we got to that point.
And are there other consequences for the entanglement of the state funds as part of this project if this effort were not to go forward?
Again, yet to be tried, but there are conditions that are outlined as a condition of accepting the funds, and we accepted the property knowing that this property was encumbered by those conditions. The first of which would be look for another charter to take that over, and if we couldn't find that, then we would have an option of buying out the interest of the states, reimbursing them or making them whole, and then it would be our property free and clear to do with whatever we elected to do.
And do you have a sense of timeline for any of those other options?
It would clearly depend on the charter and their willingness to go through the process of getting a permit through the city. If they declared early that they weren't going to do that, then we could start the process right away. Otherwise, it would be a year from now before we would start, and then we would do some sort of RFP, which would be a matter of several months to see if there was another charter that was there. And after that was over, then we would go through the process of either deciding to pay them off or accessing it and let the state recover their money from the sale of the property.
Okay. And does anything pertaining to today's vote affect whether or not this school will continue to exist in the near term?
The school
Not I mean, I recognize that this is about a location change but the school will continue to exist. I don't know the date that they're authorized through. I mean, I see Mr. Cole would be at it.
The school is authorized to operate by the school. We authorize their charter. We have offered them a co-location for at least the year. We know that they would have the ability, unless they chose to go somewhere else, to operate at Leahy using 19 of the classrooms that are there.
That's for next year?
For next year, correct.
Okay.
And then they would have the right to apply for Prop 39s after that or seek some other arrangement.
Okay. Mr. Cole Gutierrez, could you share just when are they authorized? What's the term of the charter before it would come back for renewal before the board?
Good afternoon. They were renewed in 2020, and so that would be the 5 years. 2025 is when we would expect. Actually, there was the 130. So the 2-year extension.
Yeah.
2026, 27, I believe.
Okay, so
the school. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, I was just going to say so like 3.5 years from now.
About there, yes.
Okay. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goldberg. I think these are valid concerns and questions and a conversation to have, undoubtedly. I think when applied to this fact pattern in this case, I think it is a little unreasonable, and let me say why. I think it's been a kind of an unfair saga for these kids and their families. This school, and I was just looking at the stuff that we all have access to today, was approved in 2011 before any of us were on this board. It was reauthorized in 2015. I think a couple of us, I was not, but on this board. In 2020, the board approved the funding for this program, as Mr. Hovetter said. In 2021, this board approved its renewal. And so the conversation, we conflate a lot of these things. This is not about whether a school should exist. That's a fair question. And when the renewal comes back, or if there are revocation proceedings, or if we all agree no more new charters, no more new property, fine. But in the context of the school, that's the inapt question. And so then it came back in 2022 and we approved it. And so they've been in such limbo, and I know we're going to hear from some of them, but I think as applied to this fact pattern, some of these concerns are a bit unreasonable because we've just led them astray and really strung them along, I should say, for the last few years. I also think, too, we have to acknowledge the catch-22 in our conversations about charters. When there's a co-location, we, including me, will likely try to vote against them because we don't like co-locations. Then when there's a lease, we'll sometimes vote against the lease authorization. And then when there's a private site, we'll sometimes vote against the private site. And we're keeping them in this limbo. And I think we have to have, and I've said this many times, a more philosophical conversation about where we want schools to land. And I think, Dr. Rivas, I agree. No one wants to be threatened. But the reality of a school that already exists and is serving at least 100 kids and potentially will grow has to go somewhere. And if they can't get a lease, it's going to end up on a co-location, potentially 2 co-locations. And I love this idea of joint use agreements or longer-term leases. I've been advocating that for 6 years. We have only a few of them, and we should have more because the annualized process that the board has to approve always just creates headaches and is not good for district schools, let alone charter schools. I also think, too, to Dr. McKenna's question, if the school was coming for a 7 to 8 acre middle school, I guarantee you would be saying that's way too much space. Put them on half an acre, and now they're on 1.01 acres, and we're saying, well, they can't be there. So I just want to acknowledge the tension, and if we're just going to own it, own it. If you don't want this school to exist, fine. But to drag them through the mud, as it were, for so many years is just not fair to the kids and families, some of whom have been at the school for 12 years, well before our time. I also think, too, that the reality of this, unless this board's going to revoke this charter, is that they are going to be co-located. And I heard 3 different schools named, Lathy, Berendo, and West Adams, and I guarantee you, I don't represent any of those schools, but those schools, those district schools, do not want a co-location. The cost, the disruption, the sports schedules, the joint use facilities. So that's my third point. And the fourth is that we can hear from the school when they present. I co-sponsored Ms. Gomez's resolution on housing. I've been pressing the superintendent. He can vouch for that to build more on district land. But this project is not going to go overnight into housing units. It's going to sit empty on that corner. I've driven by it, and it's going to sit empty as there are legal proceedings, and in 4 or 5 years, we're still going to be discussing it. That's the reality. We heard from Mr. Hovatter that it's unprecedented for the district to abdicate our own waiver process and send it back to the city, and so it will be another blight, another unused property in a city that quite candidly has way too many unused properties and not enough housing and not enough high-quality schools. So, again, I think these are valid, and we should come up with a guiding principle for what we're going to do. If we're trying to end co-locations, the only way to do it is private sites, long-term leases, single occupancy sites, no charters. I mean, let's have that conversation, but as applied to the school, I think it's a little unfair. And I think, and we'll hear from the superintendent, I think that's why the superintendent's recommendation, and now this is, 2 or 3 superintendents later, but going back to 2011, 5 or 6 superintendents who have all recommended the same path for this school, and it's coming to us not as a sua sponte, board resolution, but from the superintendent, I think probably to mitigate more co-locations. So I don't want to discount any of these valid concerns. I think they're incredibly reasonable, but the context here, as Ms. Gomez was getting at too, is one that, this is not a school that any of us initially approved, but some of us reauthorized it for its first go-round. Many of us reauthorized it for its second. And then on the specifics of this project, we have said repeatedly, that's why I asked Mr. Hovatter, when is this going to end? Because it's not fair, candidly, to us to have to deal with this same issue every few months, but it's really not fair to the school and its families who don't know where they're going to be and don't have any of that certainty. So I plan to support it today, not because I think we need more seats or new construction or more charter seats, but because as applied to the facts of this case, the fair thing to do for district students and for the Rise Co-Yang students, I think, is to let them move forward with the project that's been years in the making and kind of table this one.
Before I go in a second round, I'm going to speak. I disagree with almost everything you just said. I don't think that anybody's been unfair to them. They've had a process that you've just labeled. Each state was taken. Each state was voted on by this board or other board members. The question today isn't about whether they exist or not. They exist. They will continue to exist. That's not even before us. The question today is it appropriate to speed up the construction of this building because perhaps the zoning should be looked at by the city? That's the only question before us today. It has nothing to do with whether we like it or don't like it. The referral, however, to Berendo was that suddenly out of nowhere, Berendo is now going to be co-located with one of their schools. That wasn't there before. I wanted to ask you, how did Berendo get caught up in this whole issue? Berendo already has a charter school, so if they come on there, they'll have 2 charter schools. That's great, that's lovely. I know it'd be really helpful to them to have 2 charter schools sharing the same small space that they have for playground area.
Yes, good afternoon, Board President. In short, first to be clear, Berendo is a site that has been identified along with West Adams for their high school, not for the middle school.
What's that have to do with what we have today?
I can't speak to how it was introduced, other than what I've heard as references to that if if this gets delayed, that at some point they'll be in a co-location. And so Berendo has come up because it's in the mix of those discussions. They have several schools with Prop 39 applications, and there are other discussions about potential alternative agreements to remove many of those sites, including Berendo, West Adams, et cetera. Not to go too far into those weeds. I think as I was hearing the conversation upstairs, it was implicated because if this doesn't happen, then there'll be co-location potentialities, as Dr. Rivas noted. So, but to be clear, this school, the middle school, right now has the legal offer for Lathy Middle School, which has been recommended through the process.
Okay. How about Berendo? Is there any scheduled new charter going on Berendo next year?
As of now, the organization has the district's final offer for its high school, Rise Kuyang High School, for Berendo.
So that would give them a second charter and a high school in addition. So they will be feeding into that high school.
Sorry, not as a new charter, but an existing charter that has a Prop 39
No, but we already have a charter at Berendo, so this would be a second charter. How many schools do we have with 2 charter schools on them?
For 2 charter schools, I don't have an exact number, but it's probably fewer than 5, I believe.
Yeah, so Berendo, which is not a needy school at all, you'd have to agree. Oh, no, you wouldn't have to agree because it's a very needy school. So it will now have a charter school that doesn't use any of its classrooms, but uses all their playgrounds, the gym, the cafeteria, the food services areas, okay? So they will now have 3 schools competing to use the same cafeteria, the same gym, and the same playground areas, only and additional classrooms as well. That's the proposal?
There are some unique spaces, Board President, for this. I do understand the concern you're raising about potentially 3 schools sharing a site. There are some distinct spaces that I understand it, and certainly shared use would be a part of it for some of those common spaces.
It's already a problem with 2 schools. It's already a problem with 2 schools. So having a 3rd school will make it impossible. In addition to which, when you put a middle school, you put a senior high school charter on the middle school, what do you think the effects are of those kids maybe ending up in that charter high school? What are the odds? What are the odds? Do we increase the odds when we have a high school on a middle school campus? Of the kids from that middle school, district middle school, going to that charter high school? Does that increase the odds?
I don't have the data to support it. However, certainly there would be enrollment opportunities in the same way that for middle school to high school, if the parents chose that, in the same way that if there's a charter.
We have a
to
responsibility,
district.
in my opinion.
Sure.
We have a responsibility, in my opinion, to maybe put an elementary school at a middle school, an elementary charter, so that elementary charter feeds into our middle school rather than our middle school feeding into their high school.
And we have had exactly those arrangements in certain cases.
But we're not doing that for Berendo, though.
It's a larger conversation, Board President, in terms of looking at all of the requests in a specific area in consultation with facilities, our regions, et cetera, to see how do we make it work. So not in all cases are those great arrangements practically possible. In others there are, but I understand the point.
And I believe, and I've heard from many of the parents, that they are afraid to have high school students on their middle school campus. They don't want high school, it's not this school, they don't know anything about this school. They don't want any high school kids on their middle school campus. Do we ever take that into account in how we decide these things?
Absolutely, we do, and part of how we take it into account while still meeting our legal obligation is to then have the safeguards in place, working with the school and the region, et cetera. And I want to reiterate that this organization has proposed and is still under consideration an alternative agreement that potentially could avoid some of those co-locations, which is part of the standard process alternative agreements are. That has not yet materialized because it has to be mutually agreeable. So I would also note that, and if we get to a mutual agreement, there may not be a co-location at Berendo or West Adams, or we'll have to see what options may be available to make a potential alternative agreement work.
The site that they have does not list that they currently have 347 students, but we're sure they do.
What I have in my, again, it can fluctuate. We usually go with the norm enrollment to give you the official data that,
So that's the
that was
norm
about 336,
Okay, so but they have 336, you're pretty sure?
based on the norm, yes.
Got it, got it. All right. Well, I think the issue that we have now is to, maybe if we've heard, oh, no, I have a whole second round. Okay, you're right. You were the first in the second round, then you, then you, then you. We're going right around.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the dialogue. I think there's a lot more than just the vote that's before us that we're contemplating, and so look forward to future conversations on that. I did just want to bring it back to what we are actually voting on today. So it's not about environmental impact, it's not about charter authorization, it's not about the dollars. Maybe, Mr. Hovetter, what are the zoning exemptions that we're being asked to approve?
This is taking a property that's not zoned to build a school and authorizing them to build a school on this property.
It's authorized currently for what, if not a school?
I'm sorry, I don't know what it's currently zoned for.
Okay. So I think that would be helpful for us to know, because so we recently purchased the property. Who was the previous owner?
I'll get that information for you. I'm sorry, I don't have that information.
Okay, because I think that's the question before the board is what's the exemption? Whatever it was authorized before, we own it, and you're asking us to use our land to build a school. That's the exemption, because right now it's not authorized to build a school. And that's what the vote is for today. Can we build a school on our property?
Right, it's not property that was given to us for the condition that it would be offered back to them to build a school.
Right, and there's so many other pieces to this story here, but just to bring it back to, that's the piece of today's puzzle, so thank you for reiterating that. And I know that.
I have my question is, I will piggyback on what board member asked. What's on that property right now? I haven't been there to look at it. What physically is on that property now? Is it a building? Is it, I don't think it's vacant.
Parking lot, it's a vacant.
It's a parking lot? It's a vacant? Dirt and no parking lot.
Right.
So there's no building to demolish, there's no structure there now?
No.
What's next to it on either side and behind it?
The gas station, I know, I don't know, we can.
In the middle of the block or on the corner? I have to go look at it, I don't know. Does it say property of LAUSD? It's just whatever you find the first vacant lot. That's us, right?
There's not a sign on it that identifies
There's
that
nothing
it's
that
our property.
identifies
No.
that. I need to do my homework and get the address so I can drive by it. But I don't. I'm sorry. 1700 was. Okay. Sounds like a corner.
It's on the corner, yeah.
It's on a corner, and I drove by it a few weeks ago. I believe it was mostly dirt, but I'm not positive. I just went by it once. Okay, Dr. Rivas, you're next.
Thank you. Fairness. What about fairness to our neighborhood public schools who have been losing enrollment? So yes, this is a responsibility, and I apologize, that this charter school has been given the runaround, but this is a responsibility of this district to want to accommodate charter schools. Wherever they want. You want a charter school, no problem. We'll find space for you. Prop 39, this. They have so many options, so much money for charter schools to open up. But what about fairness for our neighborhood public schools? What about that? So just like our district overall, many of our charter schools are experiencing shrinking enrollments. In the past 5 years, 25 charter schools have closed, many of them self-closing due to low enrollment, financial, or administrative issues or problems. What is to say that what's going to happen to this school, enrollment, and all the other schools? And then what we're also doing is, this is not a vote about co-location, but I want to ask you to consider what happens when we force schools to be located in communities that are not ready or are receptive to them. If we vote to approve a waiver, we are overriding local zoning laws, and we are taking the voice of our Angelinos. We have to be responsible to our city. We are experiencing homelessness. We are asking to put a new school in an already dense population, a dense community. What is the responsibility of the district now? That's what I want us to consider. Consider that we need land for housing. We need to be a more responsible district, and we need to work with our city. And we're forcing something that are waiving, where we're taking away the voice of the community. As a sovereign government body, we have the right to waive local zoning, but must exercise this right carefully and responsibly. Using a waiver will be appropriate in case of an urgency with new facilities, but we don't have an urgency of new schools. We're losing. We have charter schools that are closing now. They're asking for mature revisions to lower their enrollment because they want to stay alive. They want to stay viable. But our schools are being forced to consolidate. They are being forced soon to close. And so we have to do something now to prevent that from happening. And so we're asking, no, go ahead. Have a new school. We don't care about the community. We don't care about anything else. Have it. We have to reevaluate this because we are being irresponsible to our city and this district as well. Build more schools. And we're fighting. Now everyone's fighting for students. We're fighting for money. We're fighting to even pay our employees and our teachers. I'm going to stop there.
Anybody else wish to speak?
I do.
Okay, Dr. McKenna?
Yeah. I appreciate the insight that every board member has here. I agree with some of it. Some of it I'm not sure about. I do know, for me, I think we're an educational institution before we're a housing institution. So I don't appreciate the fact that there are unhoused people in this community, and some people look to us to do something about that. We don't look to some other group to educate our children. That's us. Now, unhoused people should be cared for. Sick people should be cared for. Incarcerated people should be cared for in certain places. I don't know if this site is the best site. If you ask me about housing and students, I've talked about this for years before we even had this calamity of all these unhoused people, and unaffordable housing for our teachers who come to California and can't afford to live here. We should have the ability, or at least the interest, in having apartments on top of, or on the bottom of, probably on top of, buildings where teachers can live and the students are in the classrooms below, where they can go down the elevator and go to work. And it's affordable because we have parking for them. Now, that's a pipe dream, I know. But it may not be such a pipe dream because we're stuck in a situation where the mayor is trying to find a place for people to live. And we're saying, well, what about schools? They can't live in our schools. Maybe teachers could. But in this case, this is a piece of property, and I feel bad because I don't want to disenfranchise children and parents and people who want to build a school for children. But I'm not sure what the impact is. And as my colleague said, it'll take students from other schools that are our schools. We're still in a competitive market. We may not be adversarial, although sometimes it gets that way, but we're competitive. We know that. We're competing with other groups who say, come ye to me. I'll be open about this. I said to our superintendent that we ought to have a department of marketing so we can market our schools the way I see television ads right now, marketing, school is open, enroll now. And these are not public schools. And this is April. School will be open next year, in the 2023-24 school year, it'll be open. And they're on television. Those are not just ads on public radio. those are not public service announcements, those are paid-for ads that a marketing specialist is putting out on behalf of private enterprise. Is that illegal? No, not at all. You got a right to market your stuff. If your stuff is marketable, if it affects somebody else in a negative way, that's a responsibility you have to consider, and what do other people do about it? Is there anybody in here who's wrong? I don't think so. But how many of us are right? I don't know the answer to that either. I'm just troubled by what I hear, the way this is, the logistics of this. A straight-up, stacked-up school, 4 stories high, with kids in there, but maybe no playground space, and the possibility that the playground will be on the roof. You know, don't get too close to the edge, but that's where the playground space is. I'm being facetious, of course, because I know there are places where tennis courts are on the roof of some of our high schools. I've seen that. It's not a bad idea, but it isn't land. It is just aerial space that's covered by another story of another building. This is not an easy one, but decision has to be made. But thank you for at least letting me know, and Nathan was helpful. He showed me a picture of it. You know, when he's expert with technology here, he brought part over and showed it right to me. I'm saying, oh, look at here, look at here. It's good to know. I'm going to go drive by there myself. And I see a lot of homeless tents and all that stuff with campers and all parked out there trying to find a place just to live. People trying to stay alive, trying to stay survive. So thank you, Ms. Goldberg.
Madam President, there were 2 questions that were asked before. How much money was spent? The state gave $32 million to the charter. 6 of it was a loan they have to pay back. Of that, they've spent 18.6 million so far. So that's how much the state is committed to this project. The other question was, what is it zoned for now? There were actually 5 lots that were purchased that make up that area that we currently see. 2 of those lots were zoned for commercial, which would include the construction of a school. So we're not providing a new zoning for that, but the other 3 are for residential. And by this action, we would be authorizing what was currently authorized zoned for residential. We'd be authorizing them to build a school on those 3 lots.
Thank you. That's very useful information. Mr. Melvoin.
Oh, I think Ms. Gomez first.
Yeah, I just had a follow-up question about so the 18.6 million figure, you said that's the amount that's been expended of the state funds that are part of this project?
That's correct.
Okay.
The charter has spent that money from the money that was made available to them from the state to design the project and to do the purchase of the 5 lots.
Got it. So circling back to my question then, if we were to re-examine the purposes for which we're thinking of using this property, how does that 18.6 million factor in as part of that?
The state would likely want to be made whole before we could use that for some purpose other than what they committed the money for. That land was encumbered because it was purchased with the state money that had conditions. There are steps that we could get to, but the first step would be look for another charter that wanted to assume that same deal, and if we could find none, then we would have the options to make the state whole, and then we could do with the property we wanted. If we didn't want to make the state whole and we didn't want to use it ourselves, we could access it, and then the state would seek to be made whole from the proceeds of that sale.
Got it. So one way or the other, we could potentially be on the hook for the amount that's been spent so far of those state dollars.
I mean, yet to be tried, there's steps that we would follow, as I described. If we sold it and it only sold for $16 million, then someone would have to decide if that's the state's loss or our loss.
And are bond funds eligible to be used for something like this?
Our $32 million that we authorized are bond funds that were part of the charter.
I meant for the making of the state whole component of this.
Most likely not.
Okay, so it would be general fund.
Right, that hasn't been tested yet, but we don't believe it would be. It would be an operational expense. The legal fees associated would be general funds. Any process for permitting through the city would not be bond eligible.
And then, sorry, just one follow-up question, because I know that there were environmental concerns that were referenced about this particular area, and the board approved the mitigated negative declaration. I think that was the February 2022, or maybe it
That's
was
correct. In
before.
February of '22, the board approved the CEQA, which was the mitigated negative declaration.
So if this were to go through some potential city council process, would that include an entirely new environmental review?
We don't believe it would, but that, I mean, ultimately, that would be up to the city to make that determination, whether they accepted our CEQA process or whether they wanted to incorporate their own.
Okay, thanks.
All right, not all right.
No.
Mr. Melvin.
Well, I just, so to get to your point, Ms. Goldberg, about just what this is about, Mark, can you help Mr. Hovetter? So putting aside, even let's pretend for a second this isn't a charter school. Let's say this is a district school, right, for the sake of argument. What we're being asked to do today is that the city of Los Angeles, for most projects, is the zoning entity. They zone it for residential, commercial, whatever. The district has the right to zone our own properties that we own as the governmental agency in charge of schools. And so what the law says, I don't know if it's the state law, says that if we're doing school construction, this body can replace the judgment of the city council and zone our own school construction. And if we wanted to zone it for a high school and middle school and elementary school. So what we're being asked to do today is just say the state law has entrusted the 7 of us with the regulation to say yes or no. So if we say yes, this can be zoned for a school, they move forward with building the school. If we say no, it's not that we've said, okay, it's not that the school closes, it's not that we get the money back. If we say no, it goes to the city of Los Angeles to decide whether to rezone it as a school. And that process can take years. And then the city of Los Angeles can say yes, in which case the school is built, we don't do anything else. Or they can say no, and then it reverts back to us, and we have to figure out what to do with that. Is that a correct understanding of the action?
The one thing that I would add, you would say that if this board said no, that they would automatically go to the city. That would still be a conscious decision that the charter would have to make. They would have to weigh all things and decide whether they would move forward or not. And then if the city ultimately said no and did not allow that, then we would be left with the same 3 scenarios that I outlined before. We would have to go find another state that would take that obligation, or another charter. Of course, no one would because they couldn't build it. Then we would have an option of buying out the interest and doing something else, or accessing it and let the city recover, or the state recover their interest from the sale of the property.
Understood. Thank you.
All right, it's now time for public comment. Normally, we start the general public comment at 4 o'clock. However, since we are in the middle of this item, we're going to see it to the end, so public comment will probably start a little bit late. I apologize to those of you who expected it to start right at 4, but we're in the middle of a topic now, and we're going to finish that topic. Then we will go directly to public comment. All right, so let's call on the people who have decided to do that. You said you have somebody from Councilmember Hernandez's office. Why don't we hear from them first, and then let's hear from everybody who came here from the school. We usually extend a courtesy to other elected officials' office to speak first, and when we go to them, they let us speak first, so that's how that happens.
Okay, Tabitha Yellows from CD1, are you on the line? I see you are.
Hi.
There you are. You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Tabitha Yellows. I'm here on behalf of Councilmember Ulises Hernandez's office, who represents LA City Council District 1, to voice our opposition to the zoning waiver for the Rise Carl Yang charter in the Pico Union neighborhood. Bright Start, the charter operator, is seeking exemption from local zoning, which currently designates part of the site for housing development. Los Angeles is in the midst of a historic affordable housing crisis, and we desperately need more affordable housing in our community. Instead of using public funds to acquire and build new facilities, we should be investing in our existing district schools and using available land to build the deeply affordable housing that our communities need to remain housed and safe. There are already 2 public elementary schools and a middle school near the proposed site. We hope that the district will focus on pouring in resources to make these schools the best they can be for our Pico Union residents. Our office stands with the community members and school leaders in calling on the school board members to reject this waiver. We believe that this project should come through the City Council and be properly vetted and allow for critical review of whether rezoning to build the school would truly serve the best interests of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Now let's hear from all the people who are here from the school. We need to hear from you.
Thank you for your time. Mark Kraus, are you here in person? Mark Kraus, if you are, come on up, and you have 3 minutes to speak once you begin.
Good afternoon, board members, Board President Goldberg, and Superintendent Carvalho. My name is Mark Kraus. I am a constituent of Board District 2. I'm a member of DSA Los Angeles and a member of the Reclaim Our Schools LA Coalition. I'm speaking in opposition to item number 4. We must put an end to the practice of using district funds to prop up privately operated charter school firms like Bright Star Schools to acquire and build new facilities at the expense of our existing traditional and community public schools. Schools in the area already serving Pico Union communities, such as 10th Street Elementary, Olympic Primary Center, Lake Day Middle School, and Bill Cruz Early Education Center, are in need of necessary maintenance and repairs now. Serving the existing needs of these students, families, and school staff should be our priority. Moving forward with the new charter is not the solution here. With the $32 million LUSD has set aside for this new charter facility, we could uplift our existing public schools. Let's not leave 10th Street Elementary, Olympic Primary Center, Lake Day Middle School, and Bill Cruz Early Education Center to languish so operators like Bright Star Schools can build brand new facilities and make some of the richest individuals in our city richer through our public dollars. Approving these zoning waivers is not just a moral hazard, it's an environmental hazard. The proposed site does not appear suitable for a school. Is a school site in close proximity to a busy gas station and across the street from a very busy shopping center the optimal site to build a new school? We need to take deep considerations about potential toxic contamination on the site and the surrounding area. Think of the impacts on traffic and student, parent, and grandparent pedestrian safety if the school opens in such a busy area. I believe these dangers are a reason to vote no today. We call on the school board members to reject the waivers. We want the City of Los Angeles to properly vet this project, conduct a thorough environmental review, and critically look at whether rezoning the school site to build a charter school versus investing in affordable housing, which the site is currently zoned for, of which LA is in dire need of, truly serves the best interests of our community. Our neighbors, families, students, and community broadly deserves better. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Nicholas Gardner, are you here in person? Nicholas Gardner, if you are coming up, you'll have 3 minutes to speak once you begin.
Good afternoon. Board President Goldberg, Superintendent Carvalho, members of the board. My name is Nicholas Gardner-Serna. I'm the lead coordinator of the Sunrise Movement Los Angeles, as well as a resident of Board District 5. And I'm here to respectfully urge you to vote against the waiver for Bright Star Charter on Olympic Boulevard in Pico Union. Public money belongs in public schools, not in the hands of private charter corporations who make millions a year off of our children's education. The $33 million allocated for this charter is much better used to refurbish and enhance the learning environments of the multiple public schools in the area. We also have grave concerns about the location of the site, which is located next to a gas station. Contamination is a very real possibility. Community members would have to be assured that environmental reviews took this into consideration, a process that could only happen before the City of Los Angeles and its City Council. If we are serious about building healthy and green schools for all students, we must begin by ensuring the places where they learn are safe. We urge you to oppose this waiver to allow the city to conduct a full environmental review and determine whether a charter school is really in the best interest of the community or if it should retain its original zoning as affordable housing. While I'm up here, I would also like to briefly celebrate the new tentative agreement between UTLA and LAUSD and urge the board to double down on their commitments to BSAP. Make BSAP a permanent program and make sure that all rollover funds are available for use in the coming years. Additionally, the Safe Passage program must be implemented this fall. We also urge the superintendent to take action to prevent the use of force against students, such as the recent use of pepper spray against students at Garfield High School in February. We also want to voice our opposition to the board's recent action to change the academic calendar and to please listen to the voices of students, staff, and families. Thank you so much.
Next, we will hear from Janet Hurtado. Is Janet Hurtado present? Come forward, please. You have 3 minutes from when you start.
My name is Janet. Sorry. So my name is Janet Hurtado. I live down the street, and I'm here to talk against number 4. So for my kids, for your kids, for everybody's kids, I want safe sidewalks. And then I'm gonna give my rest of my time to my comrade. And yeah.
Thank you so much, Janet. My name is Elizabeth Hernandez. The organizer on the education chapter with the Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment. And we're opposed on item number 4. I see Nick Mamboy is really concerned about the runaround that it's been given to this school. I wish that was your concern also in our public schools, all the needs that we have. And I want to thank Jackie Goldberg for giving us the confirmation on 28th Street for not having a co-location. She's seen the need of the resources right in our schools. You guys were actually going through our schools truly and seeing all the resources that we need. You guys will not be thinking about, having a new school, a new charter school that is just, it's in a bad area. We already have a density of community there. We oppose. We do not need no more of these schools in our communities that they're taking or enrollment from our public schools. We already had enough, of these charter schools that we have to keep fighting. We shouldn't be fighting for our resources. We should be giving resources for our kids so they can have a better future. It's really important that as the board members here, you guys are seeing the needs in our schools and giving it to our kids. Like the visa program, it's a great program for our kids. They deserve better. They do not need to keep begging for more resources. The nurse, we just talk about the nurses, the need of the healthcare provider in our schools. It's really important. Why? Because our kids have accidents at the school sites all the time, and we have to keep sharing a nurse. So give them a better options so we can have more nurses applying in our schools and not go to private locations where they're gonna get paid better. So it's important that we need to put a stop on building new buildings for co-location. Let's make it housing, because we have 20,000 students who do not have a home. And you know how hard it is for our kids to learn when they don't have a roof over their heads? It's really hard. I've been in that situation. My kids have been in that situation, and I know it's really difficult. That's why we really ask you guys to build something, but build housing. Build housing for these kids who are in really need. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Mia Mejia. Mia Mejia, are you here?
Jackie, I think we have our housing collection.
Hello, LOUSD board. My name is Mia Mejia, and I'm currently in Rice County Middle School in 6th grade. I want to thank all of you for having us here today and doing everything for our schools and more other schools. In addition, what I love about Rice County Middle School is that they are a very understanding community, and it gives so many opportunities. And recently, I got accepted into an advanced mathematics program for summer, and that program can help me more in the future in my education and other students as well. Lastly but not least, we would be very excited to get the new location because it makes a bigger facility and it more accessible to my family. Thank you for listening and your support. May you have a good day.
Thank you and congratulations on being accepted in that program.
Parag Hamilian. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon, Superintendent Carvalho, Dr. Goldberg, and all the LAUSD board members. Appreciate the opportunity to speak today. As you all know, I've been an LAUSD educator for 20 years. I started off as a teacher at Locke High School, and over time have grown in the education field, now leading Bright Star Schools. I'd like to share a few facts with you all and restate some. First and foremost, Rise Koyoung High School has been around since 2012. It's a blue ribbon school. It's a California Distinguished School. And in its latest renewal in 2021, it was ranked as a high-tier school. It serves 92% underestimated students, and we're incredibly proud of these students' achievements. Secondly, this property is owned by LAUSD. You own the property outright. We have already established through Prop 51 grant for our Rice Koyang High School. We've gone through this exact same process just a year ago. We are in development of that now. That building is about to go online. So we have done this process with the district before, very successfully, and very proud of our collaboration with the facilities division. I think it's really important to note that we've been talking about the zoning exemption, but it would be unprecedented for LAUSD to move any project forward without a zoning exemption. It's never happened, whether it's an LAUSD project, whether it's a Prop 51 project. Any project of the LAUSD has not moved forward with a zoning exemption. This would be unprecedented. I'd also like to state that these are Prop 51 funds. They're voter approved. They were intended for this purpose of charter facilities and cannot be used for any other purpose. They can be turned over to another charter school, but again, we're purposed for these funds. These funds were purposed for this reason. And $617,045 have already been spent of this money. And I think it hasn't been stated that we've been working collaboratively, hand in hand, with LAUSD's facility division to design this project every step of the way over the past 2 years. So in good faith, we of course have gone through all of these processes, have gotten it approved by the LAUSD, it's been approved by DSA and CDE, and now we're asking for the zoning exemption, which again would be unprecedented for the LAUSD not to grant. This would be the long-term site for our KMS. It is not a threat that we would be attaining Prop 39 sites. As you all know, leases in Koreatown are incredibly expensive. We cannot afford another private facility. Our private facility does expire, and we will need to rely on Prop 39. However, as a part of this lease agreement with the district, we would waive our Prop 39 rights in perpetuity. So that's important to note as well. And then lastly, this zoning exemption requires a majority plus one vote. So very much appreciate the collaboration and support of the board members today. We are very, very thankful. We've been great partners with the district over the past 20 years as an organization. We're celebrating our 20th year anniversary this summer. Hope many of you will attend. And again, we're just very thankful for the facilities division, to the superintendent, to you as board members, and hope that we can move this project forward successfully in the best service of our students that are here today. Thank you.
Luis Grijalva, are you here? Come on up. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, wonderful LAUSD board members. My name is Luis Grijalva, and I am an 8th grader attending Rice Koyang Middle School. I have many hobbies such as dancing, singing, and writing. And ever since I was little, I was not afraid to be myself, and I always appreciated how loving my community is. During school hours, I loved attending English and history class because of how the teachers really care and understand for all our KMS students. Oh my God. I always participated to try my hardest in all assessments. I've always been the type of kid to never be scared to talk to people, which shows that I've gained leadership skills and formed wonderful relationships with faculty, staff, and classmates. Archimedes has helped me develop into being the better version of myself by providing opportunities like student council, web crew, and participating in community service. Oh my God. Which gave students the thought to think more positively and believe in their hopes and aspirations. Hopefully, having a more advanced school can really contribute to the development of greater lives and change the middle school experience to not only me, but for other students as well. We are excited to have Councilman Hernandez to visit my future high school, RKHS, in June, and would love to see all of LAUSD board members too. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your time. Zara Ahmed.
Hello, esteemed LAUSD board. My name is Zahra Ahmed, and I'm an 8th grader at Rice Koyang Middle School. I've been going to Rice Koyang since 6th grade and have my whole middle school career there. Some personal things about me are that I really like reading and I love swimming. Sometimes I can be a little quiet, and especially after COVID, I lost some confidence skills, but Rice Koyang offered opportunities like student council, web crew, and other stuff that helped me gain myself back after COVID. And also, we also have opportunities to participate in stuff that can help the community, like food drives and recently volunteering at the LA Marathon. Our KMS would benefit from gaining a new building because it would help us gain more clubs and could help us connect with staff and other people in our community and have a better learning environment. I also would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of you guys, and I appreciate everything you have done for the students at LA and for the teachers and people here. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Milana Richardson. I'm an 8th grade student at Rice Koang Middle School. My hobbies are dancing, listening to music, which is K-pop, and also I like to cook. One of the reasons why I think we should have a new middle school is because I want future students that are coming to our school to have a bigger and better learning environment, and also I want better learning technology for us students. I also think that future students should come and express themselves at MS, I'm sorry. Thank you so much for helping our community and helping us students.
Thank you for your time. That concludes public comment on item number 4.
In order on item number 4, Mr. Schmerelson moves.
I will second.
Mr. Melvine seconds. Call the roll, please.
Dr. McKenna.
I'm going to pass right now.
And I'll return to you. Okay. Dr. Rivas.
No.
Mr. Schmerelson.
No.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Gonez. Ms. Ortiz Franklin. One moment. She's trying.
Can you hear me? I'm yes.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, from Ms. Ortiz Franklin. Board President Goldberg.
Abstain.
Dr. McKenna.
Has everybody voted? I don't think everybody's voted yet.
Ms. Gonez may be joining remotely, but so far everybody has voted aside from you.
Is she prepared to vote?
Yes.
I don't hear it.
Asked if she is prepared to vote.
Oh, I believe she'll vote. I think she's in transit right now for childcare. So we keep the roll open until everybody's done. We could.
The vote right now.
2 noes, 2 yeses, and 1 abstention.
That was you, right?
That was me.
But, and somebody passed. That was
You
me.
passed.
I know. You caught me. Same thing as abstaining.
You abstaining?
I said it was the same thing as abstaining, me passing. I'm going to vote no.
We'll leave the roll open for,
Can I get Mr. Shin's advisory vote?
oh, I'm sorry, excuse me, Mr. Shin.
I'm going to say yes on this one.
So that's 3 noes, 1 abstention, and 2 ayes. We're waiting for potentially 1 more vote. This requires 5 of the 7 board members to pass.
We'll leave the roll open. I'm sorry, we'll leave the roll open. We'll go to, wait for Ms. Gonez to cast her vote, and then we'll come back to this. And in the meantime, we'll go to public comment. So just stay tuned.
Okay. Turning the page to general public comment. Okay, Simya Smith, are you here? Samaya Smith, are you here?
Y'all are out of order. I'm going to be filling in for Samaya. Good afternoon. My name is Lakel White. I'm a junior at Dorsey High School. Last Friday, Superintendent Carvalho and Dr. Whitman were on my campus. If you're not familiar, Dr. Whitman is over BSAP at LUSD. My comrade Butler, Jalen Butler Thomas, and I had a few questions. We asked about the children that were pepper sprayed at Garfield, even though pepper sprayed is banned in LUSD and has been for a few years now. I was told that there was an ongoing investigation. However, students who were impacted by the incident have not been interviewed by LUSD. So how will the investigation be complete? We asked about making BSAP permanent and expanding it. We want to ensure that every Black student that attends an LAUSD school has a fully staffed BSAP support team. We want to ensure that they have mental health supports, restorative justice teachers, climate advocates, peer mediation, more green spaces, and a whole lot more resources that they deserve. During the course of the conversation, I was rudely interrupted multiple times. My passion was mistaken for disrespect. My story was undermined. I was told that I was being brainwashed by adults in my corner. The facts given to me in response were not true. And I've definitely had my fair share of unpleasant exchanges with adults. However, this past Friday was the worst one yet. And as I graduate from LAUSD within the next year, I hope that this district moves to a place where students' voices are amplified and valued, not torn down and silenced. I hope you all get to a place where you aren't afraid to call out your colleagues when they're wrong and back down students 100%. We have a firsthand experience to the conditions of these schools. You all work for us. You owe us the bare minimum of listening to us and using your power for good and to help us better our experience at LAUSD. I'll finish with a call to action. Dr. Whitman offered to me that me and Jalen should meet with the superintendent. I want to take him up on that, and I want myself and students from all over the city to meet with the superintendent and speak about our expectations for BSAP for now and in the future.
Thank you for your time. Kyla Payne, are you here? Kyla Payne, come on up. You have 3 minutes to speak once you begin.
Hi, my name is Kyla Payne, and I'm a senior at Dorsey High School, and I'm a leader in Students Deserve. I've been here numerous times speaking on the matters of our students, our staff, BSAP, counselors, PSWs, and additional ethnic studies for our future generations who have yet to come in LAUSD schools. I'm here to make some demands, so open up your notebooks and please take notes. You must understand that you as a board work to support us. As much as you love your job, I value my safety and education as a young Black woman the same way. Firstly, with the support of BSAP, also known as the Black Student Achievement Plan, I stayed on track with my schoolwork. This has led me to be in the top 8% of students to be accepted into UCLA, where I will be attending this fall as a proud Bruin. But I could not do this alone, thanks to family, teachers, and supportive staff. You must understand that the statistics show the progress of BSAP rather than a policing pipeline. Over the course of frequent years of fighting for a safer environment for both students and teachers, the Black Student Achievement Plan has changed lives. Now, I must ask, how many times have I asked you to put Black and brown students first? How many times have I asked you to invest in the future of transformation and revolution of our young people? How many times do I have to ask you to put me and young people who look like me first? If you chose your seat at this job, you are here to support and financially assist the lives of young people who are getting prepared for the long run of college education and hardworking careers. And I can positively say some of y'all need to step down immediately. Especially if you have not voted in favor of BSAP, which has shown to eliminate the school-to-prison pipeline. And as joyful as I am about our accomplishments for our future generations, we, as a Black and brown community, should not have to wait this long for results. You make the rules and guidelines for creating programs like BSAP to not have them only support Black children, but haven't y'all done this for years for our white counterparts? Why is institutionalized systemic racism given a pass when it comes to assisting someone with blonde hair and blue eyes? Why can't my community receive the same resources with an afro and stereotypical accommodations? As a graduating senior opening a new chapter of my life, I'm speaking for my 1-year-old nephew because I will voice his oppression he will face. I will hear his cry for help, and I will stand up to his educational system on his behalf. So, I I need Superintendent Carvalho to meet our demands. Maintain and expand BSAP by funding every position at all BSAP schools. We love that you made BSAP permanent by putting it directly in the UTLA and LAUSD contract, but now you need to commit that it will be maintained and expanded so that every PSW, school climate activist, and BSAP counselor will be continued to be funded. And lastly, and I'm so serious about this, remove pepper spraying from school police. They are not to be trusted with it. Thank you.
Hi. Maria Palma, I see you're here. Come on up. You'll have 3 minutes to speak once you begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Luisa Palma. For a year now, I've been closely observing and keeping records of your strategy for parent engagement. The picture is clear. Dark money, rubber stamps, silos, divide and conquer. NO is the default response. Regardless of requirements in state law or district policies, at each node in the process, you exert only the minimal effort to document plausible evidence of compliance. Your culture on working with parents as supposed equal partners is all based on creating an appearance of compliance in order to check off boxes. But drilling down, it becomes strikingly clear that your superficial, negligent practices leave a fluorescent trail of non-compliance, a treasure trove of state law violations, and lack of compliance with the spirit of the law and district policy. The heartbreaking outcome is that your actions hurt those who have the most to lose. Sophisticated parents with information and resources leave the district or engage legal counsel to obtain the appropriate services. But what about immigrant families? What about families living in poverty? What about English learners? What about the year after year academic failures and the education that was denied to them? How will these children ever be made whole? You've created a facade of including parents in decision-making through school, site, and district committees, where you structure the agendas and use up all the allotted time to blast parents with a fire hose of state-mandated information you label as training and allow minimal time for parents to ask questions or deliberate. You provide information in the most disorganized, piecemeal, and incomplete methods possible. You exploit every opportunity to sever lines of communication between parents. Staff members effectively preside over meetings, although committee bylaws and state law don't include them as committee members. You start every meeting warning parents of how not to behave by restating your rules of decorum. How disrespectful. The upshot is that parents feel inadequate, intimidated, and overwhelmed. You exploit parents' weaknesses, their lack of education, and English language competency. Parents give up, become complacent, simply go along with your agenda, and approve whatever you put in front of them. This is discrimination under many protected groupings under the law. But that glowing trail of noncompliance is a fact in your records. Your staff's blatant disregard of policy at every level is a red flag that you do not exercise controls over their actions. Their experience tells them they will not be held accountable. Impunity is standard. Perhaps I shouldn't give you this much credit. Perhaps your parent engagement system is simply inept and negligent, just like your student academic system. Just the same, the outcomes are inexcusable and indefensible. Your actions and negligence constitute misuse of public funds.
Thank you for your time. Olivia Vaca, are you here? Olivia Vaca.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak before you about this pressing matter. My name is Olivia Vaca, and I'm a sophomore at Roosevelt High School. I am also the representative of the Social Justice Club, as well as Students Deserve. As you may know, there was a fight following the Roosevelt versus Garfield basketball game, which led to a school police officer pepper spraying the crowd. According to the policy manual of the Los Angeles School Police Department, their primary mission and focus is providing a safe campus environment for all. The Law Enforcement Code of Ethics states, As a law enforcement officer, my fundamental duty is to serve mankind, to safeguard lives and property, to protect the innocent against deception, the weak against oppression or intimidation, and the peaceful against violence or disorder. However, the actions the school police officer took did not protect the peaceful against violence. Rather, he inflicted it upon innocent bystanders. How are we as students supposed to feel safe when there are officers in the field unaware or dismissive of the policies put into place by the district just 3 years ago? The guidelines for using pepper spray per the LASPD manual states, OC spray, commonly known as pepper spray, should not, however, be used against individuals or groups who merely fail to disperse or do not reasonably appear to present a risk to the safety of officers or the public. OC spray is intended as a person-specific dispersal agent and not as a crowd dispersal agent. LASPD sworn personnel and SSOs shall not utilize OC spray on campus involving persons who reasonably appear to be K-12 students or minors. In this situation, the officer did not only pepper spray the people directly involved in the fight, but pepper sprayed all the people in the crowd as well. The vast majority of people pepper sprayed in this situation were high school students. We believe that the school police are not the best solution to stopping these kinds of conflicts. Instead, the money spent on school police should go towards mental health counselors for the students. If we had more counselors, it would prevent situations such as this from even happening in the future. Another policy we believe should be enacted is the eradication of pepper spray. Schools should be an environment where we go to learn. We shouldn't feel threatened by the presence of school police officers. We should not be scared that when we go to school events, we will be attacked by pepper spray. Lastly, we want to know how and if the officer involved is going to be held accountable. We have heard that there is a third-party investigation. We want to make sure that the 3 Roosevelt students who were victimized will be able to tell their stories without having to worry about retaliation.
Thank you for your time. Before we move on to the next speaker, I want to alert the audience that we're doing simultaneous translation today. So in a couple of speakers, there will be someone speaking Spanish at the podium, but you have the opportunity to put on headsets and hear it in English, so we could do simultaneous translation. If you want to hear what the person speaking Spanish is saying and you do not speak Spanish, you'll need these headphones to know what's up. So please raise your hands if you'd like our staff to come give you one, and we'll move on to the next public comment. Trainees Thomas. Trainees, come on up.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Trinice Thomas, and I'm a 9th grader at King Drew High School, and a student leader within Students Deserve. Today, I'm here to give voice to the students that couldn't be here today. Firstly, we need to talk about how BSAP has been treated like a trend and not a permanent thing. Supporting Black students should not be something you can be wishy-washy about, like some of you may have been in the past. Our data shows that BSAP is definitely working and should be a permanent part of schools. Another thing I want to mention is mental health resources at schools. At King Drew, we have a single guidance counselor for 1,589 students. That is absolutely unacceptable. Same thing goes for nurses. 5 to 10 students at once waiting for our single nurse's assistance. Schools are still relying on police, criminalizing and abusing students in response to regular adolescent behavior like fights. Those things should need. Lastly, children at Garfield High have been pepper sprayed. Name these officers as they have violated policy and how they have traumatized these children. I really hope that you will take into consideration what I, a 14-year-old girl, is saying, because it should not take a child, let alone multiple, to educate you on how to do your own job. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Diana Guillen. And if you got the headsets, now would be the time to put them on to hear the simultaneous translation.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Diana Guillen, and I would like Mr. Melbourne to maybe put on the headset because I don't think he wants to listen to me or he's not doing so. So I have been the DLAC chair for English learners for 4 years, but I think that this year it will change due to the advisory committee of Antonio Placencia, because now he's the one directing our meeting. He's the one that does everything that needs to be done for the meeting, and he knows what he needs to do. The state law says that we as parents are able to see the mandatory topics that the state requires, but what is not happening is that I hope I can have the minutes that I did not, but Mr. Placencia does not tell the membership that we also are looking at other topics, like the state and federal, and they're giving the perception that I, as a chairperson, are doing topics that should not be addressed here, to fight against each other in the executive board, where this next meeting has omitted the minutes from our meeting because he says that in the last meeting nothing important happened and that he decided that it should be so. And he also took away my report as chairperson. I also had changes so that the chairperson, that will not be me next year, probably somebody else, that they are limited and cannot say what he or she thinks. I think that all these things that are happening do not only happen at the DLAC committee, but it happens all of the committees in all of the district, because when you follow the agenda of the people that work here, then everything changes. I think that the parents, there's topics that we want to see, and that way the DLAC membership has expressed it, because when I take the proposals, the parents have voted yes. And so I think that Mr. Placencia is going beyond, and that he's giving me a great amount of stress. He's discriminating me as a person and as an elected parent, and he's limiting my responsibilities. And Mr. Carvalho, and the invitation still there that the DLAC parents did, that I see that you are meeting with a lot of people, with the TV, with a lot of important people, but the most important ones are the parents that are the parents of the students that you serve. We want that the parents have the trust in this district, but what is happening, the parents are leaving the district for charter schools because you are not doing your job, and the parents that are working for you, because you are the ones that are making the money. I don't make any money in that committee, not a cent, but I do it from heart from our students, and I do it from heart from our parents, so that the policies that you have created are respected. But you are not respecting our bylaws, and they're not being respected. So I think that as a parent, we are tired, and I think that this executive board, you need to change this, Mr. Antonio Placencia, as well as Mr. Salcido, that says that he's not the boss, but I think that he has a lot to do in what's happening to giving so much power to this person. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Sahara Fisher, are you here? Sahara Fisher?
My name is Sahara, so I would like if you could call me Sahara. Thank you.
My apologies.
You're okay. My name is Sahara. I currently go to King Drew, and I am a leader with Students Deserve. As a school board, I would think that students would be one of your primary concerns, but as I have seen, I believe otherwise. Once again, Los Angeles School Police pepper sprayed more children at Garfield High School, which clearly violated all the ethical standards that should be upheld by all adults working for LAUSD, especially police officers. The student who was pepper sprayed at Garfield High School said, in quote, "The spray hit my chin, then went inside my mouth and my left eye. This is unacceptable. You have put these policies in place to make schools a safer place, but instead made students uncomfortable. With this being said, no student should ever have this happen to them, and I am calling on you to have these officers removed and this incident be investigated so no other student has to go through this." Ooh, okay. I personally took part in passing out BSAP surveys to students at King Drew. In our reports, we saw that students' mental health needs are still not being met. I know last year at King Drew, King Drew, I had 3 PSWs last year, but now at King Drew, I only have 1. And imagine having 1 PSW for more than 1,000 kids. You would think someone's needs are being met, which is crucial for our education. PSWs are essential to our school system, so we deserve to have well-paid social workers and mental health staff. Superintendent, I'm calling on you, and make sure you hear me when I say this. We need PSWs, we need BSAP, and we do not need untrained police with pepper spray. Thank you.
Thank you, Sahara. Romy Griego, come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Romy Griego. I'm a 10th grader at Eagle Rock High School and a student leader in Students Deserve. I've been in this room over a dozen times, and each time I'm here, I'm one of the many students that have been demanding the same thing from you. We have come here time and time again telling you all what we need, and yet you continue to ignore us. At Eagle Rock, there has been an apparent need for the implementation of safe passage programs. These students are teenagers, and they will inevitably fight, and instead of investing in community-based initiatives to prevent and safely de-escalate fights, you rely on policing, which further perpetuates violence. We don't need cops patrolling our schools and intimidating our students. What we need is our community, and because you all seem to think that means cops, I'll clarify. We need parents, we need alumni, we need our neighbors and our community members watching over us. Not five cops in cars on one block not 5 cop cars on one block with armed officers ready to quote unquote protect students when we've seen that they only further endanger students. You all fund a department that targets black and brown students. The black students that back in 2020 you claimed you cared about, so much so that you cut the school police department by $25 million. Now we're demanding that you care about them again and continue to, because it's evident that you haven't and only do when it benefits you and your image as a school board member. You all have claimed to care about the student safety, but have yet to fully fund and implement safe passage programs. If any of you think your safe passage policy is sufficient, you're fooling yourselves. Eagle Rock has been calling for safe passage programs, and we've been engaging school board member Jackie Goldberg for months. We call on this board to work with us to pass a new motion on safe passage programs. We are ready to meet with you all in the next coming weeks, and we're ready to get to work. Are you? You rely on policing, criminalizing, and targeting students instead of funding more mental health resources. You continue to ignore the students that you claim to work for, and continue to fund a department that is violating their own policies by pepper spraying students. By not defunding LASPD and not investing in students, you are allowing these things to happen. We've told you time and time again that you need to invest in the students and their safety, not through policing, but through mental health resources, safe passage programs, and full implementation of Black Student Achievement Plan. You're allowing this unfair, unjust, harsh policing to continue. It's time for you to listen to us. I'd also like to speak alongside our allies and Reclaim Our Schools LA. You all have a choice to either make sure low-income people have access to housing or sign on to construction of another charter school. Let me be clear. Our community does not need another charter school. Instead, you have a chance to make sure there is enough low-income housing. We call on you to listen to housing advocates and students like me who are against the co-location of charter schools. Now that you have agreed to include BSAP in the contract with UTLA, we want to make sure that you fully expand BSAP and to guarantee that every service that BSAP schools are currently receiving will be maintained next school year. This is the time when you demonstrate that you're listening to students and care about students' needs. Show us that your decision in 2020 wasn't a publicity stunt, but that you truly care about Black students and what they are demanding from you. Prove your commitment to their future by investing in them instead of ignoring them.
Thank you for your time. Kamal Chapman, are you here? Kamal?
So I am clearly not Kamal Chapman. I am Janae Tyler, parent and family organizer with Students Deserve and Reclaim Our Schools. Kamal has the privilege right now of having a once-of-a-lifetime scholarship opportunity afforded to him through our Black Student Achievement Plan. So I do want to uplift that we are celebrating with our brothers and sisters in UTLA as a Local 99 member who you guys also just negotiated with. For this historic victory, and in that victory, we are calling for an expansion to the Black Student Achievement Plan, and we are so glad that you guys have made it permanent through the Beyond Recovery platform. However, there is still a lot of work to be done. We know that there are several vacant positions in the most critical parts of the Black Student Achievement Plan. You know, we're still trying to fill in positions for PSWs, for counselors, for some of the things that are at the heart and the root of what creates a truly holistic learning environment for our students, particularly our Black and Indigenous students and other misrepresented and underrepresented populations in LAUSD. So again, thank you guys for the negotiations, but there's still a lot of work that has to be done. We look forward to doing that work with you guys as the parents, the students, the educators that wrote the Beyond Recovery program, the platform that UTLA, so I want to say, courageously picked up on our behalf as their common good bargaining items. So again, we want to make the BSAP permanent. We also demand that the funds for BSAP roll over this year. BSAP is still only in its second year, and it shouldn't be treated as one of the traditional budgets that we know are use it or lose it budgets. We're still trying to work out the kinks in the program. Our community partners on the steering committee are working alongside you guys to make sure that safe passage programs are implemented and that some of the restrictions on our community partners are lifted so that we can have quality safe passage programs. People to come in our schools that reflect the background and context, the cultural context that our students represent, the people that feel them safe, our parents, our brothers, our uncles, our cousins. Also at the same time, employing those in our community that are not usually employable by other standards when we know that there is a great need for them in our neighborhoods and in our schools. We're also asking that you guys really take a look at the Safe Passage program in and of itself and help these principals and community of schools administrators that are having a hard time identifying community-based organizations to actually partner with. I've been in these meetings where you guys are saying that the $15 million is not being spent, that the principals and COSAs are not utilizing the funds. But then I'm also on school site meetings where the COSAs and principals are saying that they don't know where to pull from. So out of the 22 organizations that submitted the RFPs, we're asking that you guys really work with community, work with the steering committee, and make sure that principals and COSAs can make these connections. Finally, I know my time is up, but Superintendent Carvalho, we really want to ask you to uphold the bill that is the resolution that has already been passed in LAUSD and make sure that children are never pepper sprayed in schools again. It's illegal in juvenile facilities and it should never be allowed in schools, period, under any circumstance. And lastly, I heard you, Dr. McKenna, but years ago, 4 years ago to be exact, this very board partnered with Eric Garcetti to create 500 housing vouchers, Section 8 vouchers at a first-come, first-served basis to make sure that some of our homeless families were addressed. We have all of these vacant properties, and they should be thought of in with the 25,000 houseless families we have, in addition to 30-year-plus veteran teachers who are sleeping in their cars.
Thank you very much. Alberta Moore, are you here? Alberta Moore.
Good afternoon. I'm Alberta Brinson Moore, a third-generation USD family, and I'm ending my 27-year run as a parent in LAUSD. My son is neurodivergent. He goes to Dorsey High School, and at this time, I want to thank every special education teacher that ever taught him, that ever supported his dreams. My SPED scholar has 412 of the 210 credits you need to graduate. He's one class away from getting an AA at Los Angeles Trade Tech Community College. He was accepted to UC Santa Barbara, UC Riverside, Cal Poly Pomona, Cal State Northridge, Cal State Dominguez, Cal State San Bernardino. He was accepted to Boise State, and my boy is going to go to my alma mater, Loyola Marymount University, as a film major this fall. Most importantly, I want to thank Mr. Robinson, who trained me as a parent in terms of making sure I get my son the best benefits possible in terms of extracurricular activities. So Andy has been able to participate in programs at USC, in programs at UCLA, in programs at LMU, in programs at Cal Arts. He's been able to participate in AT&T internships. I want this for all Black students. I want Black student achievement realized. I've been an active parent that had no problem carting my kid everywhere in this city. But I want that for every parent. Those parents that are working 2 and 3 jobs just to make ends meet. And we can do it. We have the secret sauce to make that happen. I've been advocating a CEL program for years as part of the unrealized dream in the master plan. I think one of the most important programs have been the EL program, and I am so proud of that program because we have more Latino students admitted to the Cal State and UC system than ever before. Using those formulas, we can do that with Black student achievement also. And we're encouraging parents to get involved and to appreciate the parent voice. Once again, I thank you for everything you've done for my children. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be back as a community engaged volunteer. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Chloe Finley, I see you're on the line. Chloe Finley. Chloe Finley, press *6 to unmute yourself, and you have 3 minutes to speak once you begin.
Before he does, I know that we have a time certain at 4:45, Mr. Schmerlson and Dr. Rivas, but I'm going to finish this first if you don't mind. Okay, I just wanted you to know we haven't forgotten you. All right.
Okay, Chloe Finley, you've been hanging tight on the line for a long time. I would hate to have to go to the next person. Press *6 to unmute yourself, and you have 3 minutes to speak once you begin. Chloe Finley.
Okay. My name is Chloe Finley. I'm an 11th grader at Hamilton High School, and I want to share some issues that need to be spoken on and fixed. Our BSAT program here needs to be funded and supported more. This program holds a special place in the hearts of the students who attend, and not being able to take full advantage of this program's numerous opportunities and support due to lack of funding is unacceptable. Along with this BSAT needs to be expanded and, more importantly, be made permanent so that other Black students can also take advantage and be part of such a supportive program when at times they can be placed in school environments that do not provide these safe spaces. Reduction in funds and reducing BSAT programs in schools is not an option for us and better not be an option for you. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Norma Gonzalez, are you here? Norma Gonzalez? Norma Gonzalez, are you on the line? Okay. Nelly Mendez, are you on the line? Nelly Mendez. Franny Parrish, are you here? Franny Parrish, if you're here, come on up. You have 3 minutes to speak once you begin. Franny Parrish. Yeah, I'm going to call her right now. Kaylee Flem, are you on the line? Kaylee Flem. Kaylee, are you here in person?
My name is Zoe Garner. I'm a junior at LA High, and I'm a leader in Students Deserve. I just came from a softball game, and I didn't plan on speaking today because, in all honesty, coming up here and speaking to a group of people that are supposed to be my representatives and the people that are paid to make my school system better, yet they ignore and neglect me and my peers time and time again. I didn't plan or want to, but since Kaylee can't be here, I can't miss this opportunity to tell you this. This past weekend, my school, LA High, lost another member of our family. My teacher and school librarian, Takesha Harris, suddenly passed away on Saturday. This is the third loss my school has faced in this school year. The third one. And I have spoken about this in the past, and I still haven't seen any increase in mental health support at my school. And I find it ridiculous that 3 members of my school community have passed away in this year alone, and I'm still expected to go to school, do what I need to do, but am being given little to no support. We have had grief counselors come in for 1 day, and that's it. 1 day to support an entire school dealing with the loss of a friend, of a teacher. I don't know who I need to talk to for this to change, but I need this to change. We need grief and crisis counselors on our campuses every day. And I want to highlight, while I'm up here, y'all know what I'm going to say. I'm going to highlight that BSAP has been the one supporting me. My BSAP counselors have been the one helping me through this. So y'all know what y'all need to do. Y'all need to fund that fully, so I don't have to keep coming here and repeating myself. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. That is everyone for general public comment. Back to you.
We will now go to item number 16, the resolution by Dr. Vivas and Board Member Schmerlson, on which I believe other people have asked to join along. Do we have speakers on item 16, or have they been heard yet? There are a couple. We have 2. Would you like to present your resolution and then hear from the speakers? Okay. Why don't you present your resolution?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I'm very proud to introduce this resolution along with Board Member Schmerlson to increase the visibility of ethnic minorities in 2030 in the U.S. Census, and specifically to ensure that our Armenian American families and students are represented in future census data. Los Angeles serves as a historic enclave for Armenian immigrants and as the largest community of Armenian Americans outside of Armenia. Armenian Americans can face challenges such as access to affordable housing, healthcare, and immigration services. However, the lack of data collected about this specific population means that our city and region cannot adequately access resources and funding to meet the needs of children and families of Armenian descent. We know that many local and state agencies align with racial ethnic categories on the census. Adding a specific Armenian checkbox will go a long way to increasing visibility and ensuring equity. Our district began collecting more detailed race and ethnicity information back in 2019-2020. That first year, less than 10 students could be identified as Armenian. The number of Armenian identifying students has increased in the following years, over 250 in 2021 to 600 in 2022, and over 1,250 in the current year. The creation of a federal census category will support local efforts such as ours to more accurately collect race and ethnicity data of our schools and communities. I respectfully call on our board to approve this resolution, which directs the superintendent to send a letter to the Office of Management and Budget expressing the district's support for the inclusion of specific Armenian checkbox under the proposed Middle Eastern and North African category in the 2030 census. And my colleague, Ms. Tanya Ortiz Franklin, did present some friendly amendments. I don't know if you want me to read them now since she's not here.
Yeah.
Okay, she has added a Latino for the Latino checkbox. So she added a whereas. Whereas the new draft questionnaire combines race and ethnicity into one category that, along with the new MENA category, includes a category for Hispanic or Latino as a race or ethnicity, instead of the current questionnaire separation of race and ethnicity, which limits people who identify as Latino, X, or Latina, or Hispanic. And she added one whereas. She added to the resolve that the governing board of Los Angeles directs the superintendent to send a letter, and also the letter will have support for the inclusion of the Hispanic Latino category. So,
I'll note that Ms. Ortiz Franklin is also on
she's
Zoom.
here. Okay,
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Questions and comments from anyone at the board level? We first want to hear from the speakers that have signed up to speak on this topic.
Okay, the first speaker is Edward Barsumian. Come on up.
Hello, thank you, board members. My name is Edward Barsumian, representing the Armenian National Committee of America Western Region.
Hold the mic up just
as
a
you
little
know,
higher because we can't really hear you.
There we go.
There you go.
As you know, the U.S. Office of Management and Budget recently released a draft 2030 census questionnaire that includes new and revised race and ethnic categories. One of those categories is the Middle East North Africa category, or MENA category, that includes subcategories such as Lebanese, Syrian, Iranian, and others. Previously, these populations, including Armenians, were subsumed under the white racial category. This is no longer the case. As you know, the city of Los Angeles is home to the largest number of Armenian Americans in the United States. However, currently, the city of Los Angeles and LAUSD lack meaningful and comprehensive data on the Armenian American population. The representation of Armenian Americans is imperative in the United States Census because Armenian American community, it's a significant minority population, including refugees, immigrants, English learners, and it's a community that continues to be invisible because of the lack of data. And therefore, we're denied the rights and benefits of census classification. Armenian Americans currently do not see themselves and their experiences accurately reflected in the United States Census, which shapes federal, state, and local programming and resultant funding, opportunity and anti-discrimination efforts in housing, healthcare, business, and education. Just to provide an example, Armenian Americans in all MENA communities are not given the same opportunities in education as other underserved communities. For example, many states do not collect data on Armenian Americans and MENA students, so there's no way of tracking their progress in the educational system and addressing the opportunity gaps. Armenian American students do not receive culturally responsive instruction, trauma-informed instruction, and English language acquisition that address their unique linguistic and cultural positioning, nor their unique experiences and needs because of the lack of data and lack of research on ways to serve this community within the U.S. public schools. As just that example, another example I'd like to offer is that MENA students in the state of California do not receive the kind of tracking especially the California dashboard. So we don't know the graduation, the suspension, the absentee rates of these students in California schools. But also the California Healthy Kids Survey does not collect any information about Armenian American students. So we don't know how Armenian American students are faring and how they feel about their schooling experience. There's a unique opportunity that this school board has placed before them. Having an Armenian checkbox would not only mean that the population of the city of Los Angeles would be more accurately counted, but it would mean that your MENA and Armenian American students would no longer be invisible. The LAUSD would be able to track opportunity gaps that exist in regard to these populations. I respectfully ask that you support the resolution before you that calls for the inclusion of an Armenian checkbox under the MENA category. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let me, on behalf of the board, say to you that we want to express our sympathy as you once again observe the Armenian genocide.
Okay, Sophia Arman, are you on the line? Sophia Arman, press *6 to unmute yourself, and you have 3 minutes to speak once you begin. Sophia Arman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Dear LAUSD board members, we thank you so much for hearing from the community today. My name is Sophia, and I'm the co-director of the Armenian American Action Network, a civil immigrant and refugee rights organization based here out of Los Angeles. As many of you know, the U.S. OMB recently is revising the race and ethnic categories for the 2030 census. And one of these important proposed categories is the Middle East and North African checkbox. We're coming also to speak in support of this resolution, in support of the MENA checkbox, and insist that there must be an Armenian subcategory, sub-classification category under such box. We ask you to pass this resolution to support this community campaign of grassroots MENA organizations that is happening across the country. As many of you know, the city of Los Angeles is home to the largest number of Armenians in the US, and actually is one of the centers of Armenians in the entire world. But because our community doesn't have data, we actually can't even describe what that looks like. And this directly impacts our community, especially as folks are largely migrants, refugees, they are English language learners, and very specifically, this directly impacts our youth the most. We know that the lack of data of Armenian and all MENA students means that we can't address the gaps in education and culturally responsive learning, instruction, resources, mental health within our schools. We also know that this is a really important opportunity for this district, you know, a really important district, especially for our community, to actually have that federal and state support, right, that is based on census classification. We know this is a really unique opportunity now for you to advocate for your MENA students and specifically Armenians within Los Angeles. And specifically having this Armenian checkbox would not only mean that the population and city of Los Angeles would more accurately be counted, it would mean that in so many ways, that type of invisibility will translate into actual structural change to address the needs of our community. We would like to respectfully ask that you support this resolution before you that calls for the inclusion of this proposed category with an Armenian sub-checkbox by the OMB. We say count MENA in. Thank you so much for letting us speak today.
Thank you for your time.
Yes, indeed. We will
There's
need
one.
a...
I'm sorry, there's also one more.
Oh, there's
speaker.
one more person. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't know that. Go ahead.
Just signed up. Mr. John Tudhope, are you here? John Tudhope. Come on up and please speak to tab 16, LAUSD support for expanding racial and ethnic categories in the 2030 census and the inclusion of a specific Armenian checkbox.
Will do. Hello, good afternoon. I hope everyone's doing well. I apologize, I think my name's been called a number of times today. I'm a classroom teacher. I'm a special ed teacher on the alternate curriculum. I have an autism program class at Torres East Los Angeles Performing Arts Magnet, which is why I was not here earlier. So thank you for your time. I'm here today to speak to the removal of Principal John Edward Estoesta. It's a complicated issue. It's a complicated issue. We've been in communication with Dr. Rivas' office. We've had a dialogue with her for, I'd say, a month or 6 weeks. It's a messy, messy issue, and I cannot get into all the details right now, but what I can say is that we have 20 teachers at our school. 5 are not returning, and 15 have indicated that they will not return if the principal does. The fact is that this is a performing arts school in East Los Angeles. It's a vulnerable community, and it attracts a diverse population of students. This principal has come in and harmed our community. My experience, my statement has to do with the principal attempting to expel a student on the alternate curriculum, a student in my class with an intellectual disability. This principal led the expulsion. He pitched this to me as a professional accomplishment. He bragged about expelling another student with an IEP. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting, okay? And this is one instance. We've provided Dr. Rivas' office with a laundry list of serious, serious accusations relating to students with disabilities, relating to comments that are racist. You know, it's like, I'm not going to beat around the bush here. It's a really ugly situation. So what I ask of you guys is to look at the statements we submitted to Dr. Rivas's office, to take them seriously. Mr. Carvalho, Superintendent Carvalho, if you're somewhere, I encourage your office to look at them and take them seriously. Because if this principal returns, the school does not. That's the fact of the matter. You know, I understand that you guys sit here and have people upset with you all day long. I'm not upset with you. I trust you guys. I trust Dr. Rivas's office. But what I ask is that you take this as seriously as possible. Because this person should not be a leader. This person, if a classroom teacher did any one of the things that this principal has done, they would be removed from the classroom pending an investigation. But this person comes in every day and harms our school. You know, and I'm seeing Dr. Rivas. It's real. You've looked at the statements. It's real. It's serious. Please look at it. Please ask your staff to look through it. Seriously. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time.
That's all the public comment we have on the resolution.
We need a motion on removing Board 40.
We need to do the Rule 72.
Rule 72.
And then, just so that everybody accepts it. So you move for the Rule 72. Great, that's Dr. Rivas.
Did you hear what the last?
I get a second. Okay. So this is for a vote on the Rule 72 exception. So Dr. McKenna?
Yes.
Dr. Rivas?
Yes.
Mr. Schmerlson?
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin?
Yes.
Ms. Gomez? Ms. Ortiz-Franklin?
Yes.
And Board President Goldberg?
Yes.
Okay, so the Rule 72 waiver passes.
And now a motion, make your motion that you move your.
Motion to move Resolution 16,
All
or
right.
item 16, tab 16.
Second.
All right, now,
Excuse me, I have a question, if I may ask it
yes,
before I vote. I understand the resolution, and it says expanding the Middle East, North Africa, MENA category to include a specific Armenian checkbox. My concern is that that's a big category, Middle East, North Africa. Would we be excluding other people? Would Armenians be the only people who'd qualify under that?
no, there are already Lebanese, Syrian, and Iranian check boxes in that
Are all
category. They're
other
already
ethnic
there.
groups already there?
This is saying we want to add
This is
Armenians.
one not in that, okay.
It's not to take anyone out, it's
All
to
right,
say
I
to
don't want
add
somebody to be
Armenian and
excluded.
to add,
I got it, I got it,
Latino,
I
I
got
think.
it, thank you.
okay, Mr. Schmerlson.
All right, Mr. Barsoumian, very interesting what you said. You know, when you say Armenian people, some people may think that everybody comes from Armenia, and that is not true. After the Holocaust, after the genocide, people moved to the West. So we have lots and lots of Armenian people who live in Syria and Lebanon and North Africa, as we said. So it is important to count them. Otherwise, they get lost. Everyone is not from Armenia. Okay. Well, maybe originally from Armenia, but not always. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else want to speak on this motion? I think these are good ideas because I think when people don't see themselves in the census, they disappear. But there are much more important things about this as well, which is the ability of a community to find out more about what's happening to its community. If you don't carry these statistics, you don't know whether they're under or overrepresented in certain healthcare matters. We know, for example, the fact that women were not tested for most of the heart ailments, that most of the heart disease in women is often missed. So if you leave people out when you're doing research about how to help a community, you don't have the information. So I appreciate Dr. Rivas and Mr. Schmerlson for bringing this forward.
Ms. Coyle, I'll just add one, appreciate it, proud to co-sponsor. And also, a few years ago, we moved as a district to disaggregate data internally. In that case, it was AAPI and MEMSA. But the more that we can have insight into, again, not just in that case, it was, Asian or Middle Eastern, but the tapestry that makes up those subcategories, the more insight we have and the more we can help our students and communities. So I appreciate it, and I think this builds on the work that we've done even with our own internal data systems to disaggregate and really see students and communities for who they are. So thank you.
Can I just add a clarification? Sorry,
Of
point
course.
privilege? So for the Latino or Hispanic category, they do break it also down into Mexican, Mexican-American, Salvadoran, Puerto Rican, Dominican, Cuban, and Colombian, and there is a space that you can specify if you're Guatemalan or Ecuadorian, so it, for the Hispanic.
What they
Latino.
don't have is the category Hispanic. And they don't have the category of Latino or Latinx. They want to add those two as well, because some people are a mixture of Latino groups and don't identify as one or the other, but identify as Hispanic or Latino. They want to be able to check that if they want to.
Yeah, and there's a space where you can expand if you want to expand on that, so just want to say that.
Okay, so you're accepting this as a friendly amendment? And you are as well, Mr. Schmerlson, as the seconder. All right. Anybody else wish to speak? Hearing none, call the roll on item number 16.
Here we go. Dr. McKenna.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Schmerlson.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez. Ms. Ortiz Franklin.
Yes, and thank you for accepting my friendly amendment.
And Board President Goldberg.
Yes.
All right, 6 ayes.
I believe that finishes our agenda, except we have a adjourning motion, I believe.
Can I?
I'm sorry.
We have.
Excuse me. What else did we have? I'm sorry.
Well, we have a couple folks who stayed to speak on a public item, the public hearing.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought we did all of them.
No,
Go
that's
ahead.
okay.
Go ahead. Excuse me, I didn't know that we hadn't finished that.
Mr. Tokovsky on item 20. Mr. Tokovsky, the public hearing, item 20 that has already been voted on the consent calendar, but they're setting aside time for you to your 3 minutes.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak on a public hearing. The shortage of public speakers on public hearings is remarkable, and something ought to be done by the executive office to make sure that the public is at public hearings. And in particular on this one, which goes to the State Board of Ed to ask for a waiver from the code in which we rank people based upon their skill sets for employment. This one has the blessing of the classified unions in this district to allow this to go forward. So this would be going to the state board saying, instead of ranking everybody 1 through 40 based upon their skill set, that because of the shortage of employees, that we ought to be able to have principals pick whether it's an office manager or classified clerical from anywhere on the list. But what's more important here is that the personnel part of this district needs additional budget. There needs to be a lot more support inside the recruitment staff and the testing staff to make sure that when you hear from your schools that they can't fill this position or they can't fill that position, it's because the overload of work on a very small team in the personnel part of HR. And so as somebody who has studied the Personnel Commission in its history and its presence here in this district, we need to give more help and assistance to that Personnel Commission, not just these 2 more years, because if in 2 years you're still finding that you're having employment fairs in which somebody stands 4 hours online in an LA Unified Employment Fair, and when they get to the front of the line to maybe get a job in classified, there's nobody there to help them get the job. So Personnel Commission needs a lot more assistance. I applaud the efforts on special ed assistance, and that ought to be a career ladder today to special ed teachers. But the Personnel Commission also needs trainers. They need money to train folks in these now 6-hour jobs, benefited $20,000 benefits in these jobs, so that 5–10% of them move from special ed assistants in a certain amount of time into teaching. So this public hearing is a hearing to grant another 2 years from the Ed Code 45272, but please, it's not a matter of just granting the waiver, it's a matter of staffing Carla Gould's team to make sure that our schools get all the personnel they need. Thank you very much, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
We now need to go back to tab 4, which was the resolution to exempt Bright Star Rise Colma Yang Middle School. And I believe that Board Member Kelly Gomez is available to cast her vote at this point.
Ms. Gomez, if you're on the line, would you like to lodge your vote for tab 4? Ms. Gomez, I see you're with us. Board Member Gomez, are you on the line to cast your vote for tab 4?
All right, we'll give her a few more minutes to get on the line, and in the meantime, to call upon the superintendent to talk about summer school programs.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'll ask our Chief Academic Officer, Ms. Frances Baez, to come up. We had a remarkable summer school offering last year in partnership with a number of different organizations, as well as the City of Los Angeles. Through those efforts, we provided educational services, enrichment opportunities for over 100,000 students in our community. We are betting on a higher number this time around, and the reason why is they need to be in school. Summer school, in part funded with ESSER money and state ELOP money, is proven to be time and time again one of the most effective ways of providing acceleration opportunities, of remediating, of providing credit recovery, particularly for secondary age students. Alongside longer school days and high dosage tutoring, summer school is an effective strategy. That is why this year, once again, we will partner with a number of entities. We will take to the streets. We will bring dozens of thousands of students back into our schools for a terrific summer of learning. Ms. Baez.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Board President Goldberg, board members, Superintendent Carvalho, and Deputy Superintendents. My name is Frances Baez, Chief Academic Officer in LAUSD, and I'm here to present about summer school. I'm just going to wait for the slides to come up. All right, so I just want to share a little bit. When I was in high school, I spent most of my summers taking advanced math courses at Roosevelt High School to reach calculus. That was my goal. And this was for me to reach a goal to get to UCLA. So that's been my inspiration to provide a balanced summer school program for our students this year, so that we're not just helping our students with catching up, but we're also supporting our students who want to advance and accelerate in their classwork, in their coursework, but also deepen their enrichment. So this summer school offering will accelerate, enrich, and address unfinished learning to get students back on track. This summer, we are eliminating opportunity gaps through summer school in alignment with our strategic plan. As you can see, that was in combination with tutoring and the multiple offerings that we provided our students so that they can catch up and we can address unfinished learning. School communities can access information through this website at summerschool.lausd.net, where you will find the description of the programs. That's summerschool.lausd.net, and families can enroll at enroll.lausd.net or pick up a paper application at any one of their school sites. Here you will see the number of schools that will be hosting summer school, and this is by region, by level. You can see that we have about 303 sites that are participating district-wide. And we've started accepting applications on April 15 and will go through June 5th. Once again, this is the site where we can find the enrollment application. Again, it's enroll.lausd.net, which is embedded in this website and summerschool.lausd.net. And we're also providing a paper application option as well. So in this slide, you will see that there are many programs that we're offering. These in particular are for ETK through 8th grade, beginning with the instructional support. This will include in-person programs to help students in reading and math learning with integrated arts and science. So that is a new aspect of summer school. So it will be literacy and numeracy lessons, but also integrating the arts and the sciences. So I'm looking forward to adding an arts and science day camp to our program. The programs would include visual and performing arts, music, and dance. The next one is extended learning, which will be offered through Beyond the Bell and include providers such as Creative Brain Learning, Kids for College, LA's Best, Woodcraft Rangers, youth development programs, and the programs continue to grow. Our specialized programs will be for state preschool, students with an IEP, and students who have recently arrived to the country, which we call international students, and for students who can participate in migrant education. And then lastly, virtual enrichment, which we introduced in 2020, which will continue to offer Fender, where students learn to play the guitar, game design, cartooning, and more. So those enrichment programs will continue. The new feature in our programming will incorporate arts and STEAM into the instructional program. Students will have an opportunity to attend cultural arts passport exhibits and attend outdoor education. For example, Descanso Gardens, South Coast Botanic Garden, Heal the Bay Aquarium, the Los Angeles River Friends of the LA River, the Los Angeles Maritime Institute, USS Iowa Battleship, the Marine Mammal Care Center, Heal the Bay Aquarium. So those are some of the locations, and including Cabrillo Aquarium. Project-based learning, where students investigate a topic of interest and present their learning as a group. So here you can see what we're doing that's different from last year. So this is a piece where we're providing students that enrichment and that opportunity to engage in arts and science lessons. For our students in grade 9 through 12, they'll receive summer term to help students catch up or to help students accelerate progress towards high school graduation. Specialized programs will be offered to eligible students, and virtual enrichment will be similar to what I just explained earlier, where students can learn to play the guitar, participate in Fender. So students can actually participate in a morning program in the K-8, but then also in a virtual enrichment program after hours too. Another new feature is that we'll be offering transportation to our students, and this will be through an opt-in, family opting in, and students will receive participation from 1 to 2 mile radius of the assigned summer school site. We encourage our employees to cite...
Quick question. I'm sorry, I'm over here.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Is this transportation by the district, or is this like a bus pass?
That would be a transportation with our transportation, our bus.
Okay, thank you.
Our LAUSD bus transportation. We encourage employees to sign up for summer school, and at this point we have all principals assigned to the schools, and we have a total of 3,216 teachers who have registered to teach summer school, and so we encourage more of our teachers to attend and to sign up to teach summer school. High school internships will be offered to students through the city and the county, and we're looking for more sponsors and locations. And here you see who our sponsors are, how we're funding these internships, the number of students, and also the locations. I had an opportunity to meet with students recently, and Board Member Shin was present, and they all very much were interested in more internships. They said, please put these internship opportunities on Schoologies. We will sign up. They've told us what works and what doesn't work to reach their attention, so we definitely will take those recommendations. So part of the internship program is the work readiness training. Students will need to complete a resume, a cover letter, a job application, receive a certificate of financial literacy, participate in a mock interview, and list personal and professional contacts. This will help them be eligible to participate in the internships, and it'll give them that practice that they need so that they can apply to future jobs. Again, we're offering this internship, but also look forward to expanding our options and looking for additional sponsors and locations to provide students this experience. That concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time, and I'm open to any questions you might have at this time.
I don't have any questions, but I do have a comment.
Yes,
I think that's wonderful.
Thank you.
I wish I were back there again where I could sign up for all that good stuff that I couldn't get in regular school. That sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, we're really inspired, and we want to make sure that our students have fun and they're engaged in the arts and in science and make summer school fun. I was just thinking about that from my younger ages when I was taking those advanced courses, but my siblings and relatives were also taking a lot of fun classes, so we had to bring all that fun back.
Summer ought to be fun all the time.
Yeah.
It is summer. They look forward to it. Yay, no more school. But this is wonderful. This is volunteer. That's great.
Thank you.
And the diversity of offerings, that's really great. I'm impressed. Thank you.
It's hard to follow that. I appreciate Dr. McKenna, and I share his gratitude and enthusiasm for it. I guess the enrichment camps, the science camp, the arts camp, are those separate from the summer school program, or how do parents
So what we'll do
navigate
is
that?
they will be in the 303 sites. They'll be embedded in there. Every single school will have some sort of arts happening. So there are arts lessons that we'll have in visual, performing, and in dance, and in music. Once a week, teachers will deliver the lesson, and we've already purchased the materials to send off to the school sites. So that will be the integrated aspect of the language arts, the math, and the arts. In other instances, we've already selected where we'll have creative artist network actually rotate through those schools so that they do get dance, music, visual performing arts every single day.
Got it. Great. That is exciting. I think that's it from me.
I have a statement, if I may, Jackie. Okay. So this summer school sounds like fun, because I know when I was in Philadelphia and the algebra teacher would say, you better buy some short sleeve shirts because you're going to summer school. That's what she said. I still remember that. But this sounds like a fun activity. Really, really, really fun. And I like the idea of the transportation. Here's a request. Parent reps at the schools, they should be standing at the counter with this in their, well, not necessarily, this in their hand to make sure that parents understand that there is a summer school program. And of course, the school's going to advertise it, it's going to be on the webpage, but there's something special about parent reps at a school. They really connect and they let parents know, and you should make sure that the parent reps are really versed well in this. Transportation is available, all these wonderful programs. So don't forget the parent reps. I think they're going to be your biggest cheerleaders. Okay?
Thank you so much.
You're
for
welcome.
that.
You're
Thank
welcome.
What kinds of opportunities for dual enrollment will be available over the summer?
So we'll continue to offer dual enrollment just the way we have throughout the year, and that is available for summer programming with the local community colleges, so that will continue, and it will just depends on which high school we're talking about. Every high school has a different partnership with the college, so that will definitely continue during the summer.
And then of the 303 sites participating in summer school, how many of those are our priority schools or BSAP sites?
Let me ask my colleague, Mr. Garcia. I have a feeling they're all part of it, but just want to confirm.
Good afternoon, board members, President Goldberg, Superintendent. Pedro Garcia, Senior Executive Director in DOI. The number of schools you asked about, there are 99 schools that are going to be open for summer programming. The exception is that there is a construction project going on, and therefore there's an alternative for those students, of course, to participate. But 99 is the number out of the 100.
Thank you. And then for the grade K through 8 and, let's see, I guess for the 9 through 12 too, the cultural arts passport programming. So I know that the schools receive their allocations for the cultural arts passport money. Does that have to be spent by the end of like the instructional year, or is that funding can continue to be used during the summer?
So we are going to be using a similar funding source, but it's not going to take from the allocation that they have for their fiscal year. And we're also planning to schedule those ourselves since the homeschool, the principal won't be there, but we're planning to schedule all those in May, so they're ready to go in June, but we'll be using summer school resources, not the actual school's fiscal year allocation for Culture Arts Passport.
If, let's say, by June 9th, there's money left over, can that be then transferred to summer school, or it's sort of lost?
It's not lost. We can continue to use those dollars for Cultural Arts Passports for the upcoming year.
Oh, okay. So the allocation for cultural arts doesn't have to be spent through by the end of this year?
I'll get back to you because there's a pot that is, but...
Got it, okay. Just because it's coming from different funding sources?
Yeah, but the Extended Learning Opportunity Grant, that is what is paying for all of these summer programs and the after-school programs, and that is still in effect. So we still have that. We still have a balance, and it carries over.
And then for 9 through 12 students, the summer term accelerating progress to graduation, are there any pathways that students can, say, take their health requirements or now ethnic studies over the summer?
We can take that through Edgenuity, and we could take that through our regular summer programming, so those are definitely options.
And is that a pathway we encourage students to do, or is it just another option that's
Well, it's
available?
an option. It's not necessarily a pathway, but it's an option for students to be able to take those courses.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
One more, Jackie. Okay. Yeah. Francis, I noticed on the participating schools, there are no primary centers in East or North. North is mine. And there are no special ed centers in East. So if a parent sees this, would they be able to apply to another center in another region with transportation?
Yes, they should be able to attend any one of these locations, even if it's not offered at their region. They can attend a program if it's a primary center or special ed center.
So another thing for my parent reps, when the parent says, oh my goodness, there's no primary center in North, I would hope that somebody would speak up and say, but we do have them in South and West, and there is transportation.
Yes.
Okay? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And even if we don't have those primary centers, they could go to the local elementary school, where elementary schools offer K through 2 as well. It's another option.
I had a question. Let's say, when will the pet families know which actually named schools are going to be available?
The names of the school?
Yeah.
They're currently listed on the summer school website.
All right, so they're already known.
Yes.
Do we know what courses will be? Let's say I'm a high school person and I'm looking for a specific course. Will I know which courses are going to be taught at my high school?
They would have to ask at their school to know. It won't be listed on the website.
It's not listed anywhere. They have to call their school.
Correct.
Okay, because I've had a couple of folks ask me, well, I want to take Algebra 2, but I don't know if my school's going to be offering Algebra 2. So if their school is not offering Algebra 2, but another school is, they could go to the other school?
Yes, but I don't see there being an issue with Algebra 2 because there's ways, either a teacher or Edgenuity, there's way for the student to get that learning.
I see. So they could do it in some fashion even if it's not at their school.
Correct.
So I think that's kind of one of the concerns from some of the folks who are saying, as you did, I have a goal to do more math, but I need to take Algebra 2 again. I didn't do so well the first time.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Kelly has her hand.
Oh, yes, Kelly Gomez.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I just have a couple of follow-up questions. One, just obviously our summer school programs are really important to accelerate student learning and academic achievement. Wondering, how are we ensuring that the students who would most benefit from additional instruction are registering for summer school?
Yeah, we're going to do the same thing that we did for Acceleration Days, where we're just going to focus on the students that have 1 or 2, or who are in danger of failing, who are not making progress towards graduation, and identify them specifically and invite them to summer school. So that's going to be the first step that we take, is just doing that specific targeted outreach to the students who are not meeting grade levels standards.
Great. And then I think the camp opportunities are super exciting and obviously aligned with kind of board direction from previous years. I don't yet see information about those on the website. And also just, as a LAUSD parent, I was checking out the virtual enrichment as well. It doesn't list elementary school right now. When will the website be updated so that all of these details are available for families?
Thank you for that. So we just launched that website, and so we will be adding that because we got confirmation that we could move forward with these arts programs. So that's been a recent addition, and so we'll be modifying or revising our website to include those programs as well. And then we'll also be specific that the virtual enrichment is also available for elementary students.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Shin, go ahead.
Sorry, one more follow-up. So let's say we're talking about a student who's really planning to go to summer school for enrichment, and they're not one of the students, we're specifically targeting for acceleration or additional supports. If they sign up, is it, just to throw out a hypothetical, if someone's got, they're going on vacation this week and then they have a family camping trip the other week, can they just kind of come for 2 or 3 days, or like how long do you sign up for?
Well, when you're enrolled in the enrichment classes, you can continue. You might be dropped after the 3rd day because we want to have a good handle on attendance and making sure there's continuity of learning. So I wouldn't guarantee that you would stay in the course. I think in the virtual enrichment, you'll have more of an opportunity to stay there because you're going to, if you're on a camp trip, you can still access it remotely. So that's another option to be able to continue with the program. And if you want to take a vacation but continue with summer school, that's one option.
So is it like a 1-week program, 2 weeks, or does it just depend on what you're doing?
It's continuous. It's for the 4 weeks.
4 weeks, okay. Thank you.
For the presentation, we may ask you to come again, because I think the more times we tell people about it in these public meetings, the more people that hear it. Particularly if maybe the next time in a May meeting, you could come with names of schools and names of courses so that people who have nothing better to do than watch us on the weekends, I don't understand that, but I understand quite a few people do, that will be another way to communicate with them over how they can get involved. I think It's very good that we have such an elaborate summer school plan, and thank you so much, and everyone with you for all of this.
Thank you.
We are now going to go back to item number 4. And we have, so far, we have 3 no votes. We have 3 yes votes, right? And we have an abstention. No, we don't have 3 yes votes.
One of the yes votes is the
We have 2
advisory
yes
vote.
votes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I can read through the roll call if you like.
No, let's see, I think we have Board Member Gomez online to vote. Is that correct?
Correct.
Go ahead, let's get her vote.
I'm a yes.
Okay. So we have 3 yeses and 3 nos and 1 abstention. That would kill this, but I understand there may be a motion to reconsider and to put this on an agenda in a month from now. Is that correct, Dr. McKenna, or not?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider. I've been hearing some things that I can't get clarified sufficiently right now.
All right.
That I think
And
need
you
a
are
bit more discussion.
voted on the prevailing side because you voted no. You have to be on the prevailing side, which is a no vote. So your motion is to reconsider, and is it to put it, to delay hearing this till next month?
The next meeting, yes.
All right. So the motion before.
At least till the next meeting.
The motion before us would be to reconsider this item, which has failed, and in reconsidering it, hold it over for another month to get additional information. Everybody can vote the same way again or differently when that happens, but let's see what happens. So the motion to reconsider, is there a second to the motion to reconsider?
Does the second have to be from the prevailing?
No, it doesn't, just
Then
the
I'll
mover.
second.
Okay. All right, so all those in favor of the motion to reconsider, let's have a roll call.
Okay, roll call vote on the motion to reconsider. Dr. McKenna?
Yes.
Dr. Rivas?
No.
Mr. Schmerlson?
No.
Mr. Melvoin?
Yes.
Ms. Gonez?
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz Franklin?
Yes.
Board President Goldberg?
Abstain, but it passes 4 to 2 to 1. All right, now the motion, it's before us again, and now a motion to table this item to the next board meeting to get more information is in order.
So moved.
All right, is there a second to that?
I'll second.
All right, the motion now before you is to table this item, item 4, to the next board meeting in order to give some members more time to examine the problem or issue. All right, any conversation on that? Hearing none, call the roll.
I'm sorry, I missed the move in the second.
All right, the move was Dr. McKenna, the second was Mr. Melvoin.
For the table?
No, the table passed 4 to 1.
No, I'm sorry, the motion to reconsider
Motion to
passed.
table is now what is before us.
Exactly, and I'm wondering who
It was
moved.
moved by Dr. McKenna, it was seconded by Mr. Melvoin.
Okay, thank you. And now the roll call. Dr. McKenna?
Yes.
Dr. Ribas?
No.
Mr. Schmerelson?
No.
Mr. Melvoin?
Yes.
Ms. Gomez?
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz-Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Goldberg?
Abstain, it passes. Okay, we've held this over for one meeting to give everybody another time to take a look at it, and that we will do. All righty. Okay, now we have only one thing left before us, and that is a adjourning motion.
Yes, thank you, President Goldberg. And I'm going to do this motion in English, and then I'm going to follow it in Spanish. And I am sure that everyone here is going to recognize the last name of the person for whom this motion is made. And this motion is made for Robert Crane. And I would like to move that we adjourn this meeting in memory of Robert Crane as we celebrate his 98 years on this earth. He was born at home in Los Angeles in 1924 as Javier Quiñones Crane. He was raised by a single American Indian mother. He attended district schools and graduated from Franklin High School just in time to be drafted and serve overseas in World War II. On the GI Bill, he attended USC and became a teacher. He taught in LAUSD schools and served in the central office for a total of 37 years. He leaves behind his wife of 70 years, Sandra Crane, also a retired district teacher, his son, Jefferson Crane, a retired district teacher and employee, and of course our past secretariat. His daughter, Llewellyn, who has a career as a nonprofit arts education provider, and his son, Christopher, who worked for a family foundation long associated with education. Bob Crane had a bigger-than-life presence in the district halls, and his legacy continues in the district's history. Quiero hacer la moción para que cerremos esta reunión en memoria de Robert Crane, celebrando los 98 años que vivió en esta tierra. Nació en su propio hogar en Los Ángeles en 1924 con el nombre de Javier Quiñones Crane. Lo crió su madre soltera indígena americana. Asistió a las escuelas de nuestro distrito y se graduó de la Franklin High School justo al ser reclutado por el servicio militar durante la Segunda Guerra Mundial. Con los fondos de servicio militar, el GI Bill, se graduó como maestro de la Universidad del Sur de California. Durante un periodo de 37 años, fue maestro en las escuelas y en la oficina central del Distrito Unificado de Los Ángeles. Lo sobreviven su esposa de 70 años, Sandra Crane, quien también se jubiló como maestra de LAUSD. Su hijo, Jefferson, también maestro, empleado, secretario de la mesa directiva durante 27 años, jubilado de LAUSD. Su hija Llewellyn, quien lleva una carrera como proveedora de educación de artes en una organización sin fines de lucro, non-profit. Y su hijo Christopher, quien durante años trabajó en una fundación familiar asociada con la educación. Bob Crane tuvo una presencia en las escuelas del distrito y su legado permanece en la historia del distrito escolar. And besides that, Jefferson Crane was one of the nicest people I have ever met. Thank you.
And very quickly, as one last piece of business, Board Member Gomez, I believe you need to record a vote for tab 16.
Yes, I am a yes, and just appreciation for the Dr. Rivas and Mr. Schmolson for bringing the resolution forward.
Much.
With that, board members, let me remind you, we need to go back to finish closed session, which will be very brief, we hope. But we are going to adjourn this meeting now, is that correct, at 5:51, and ask board members to quickly go back to the closed session room so we can finish up and be out of here in pretty good time. Thank you all very